The Middle Ages were anything but simple. Behind the castles and crusades were events that still baffle historians. A dancing plague that swept through towns, children who vanished without reason, and corpses put on trial in front of horrified clergy. Some of these mysteries were forgotten, others were quietly buried. This is 4 hours of strange disappearances, eerie legends, and bizarre true stories from medieval history. Before we begin, drop a comment and let me know where you're watching from and when. Then sit back, relax, and get ready to uncover the weirdest side of the Middle Ages. In the vaulted silence of a Templar commandery, far from the chaos of crusade or court intrigue, a novice would kneel before a small circle of men clothed in white mantles marked with the Red Cross. The air was thick with candle smoke and the iron scent of discipline. This was no pageantry of chivalry, no courtly rite copied from Arthurian romance. This was initiation into the order of the poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, the Knights Templar, and what occurred within those walls remains among the most controversial and least understood rituals of the medieval world. The Templars, founded in 1119 amid the blood-stained aftermath of the First Crusade, began as a small band of knights sworn to protect Christian pilgrims on the roads to Jerusalem. Within decades, they evolved into one of the most powerful institutions in Latin Christendom, answering only to the Pope, amassing lands and wealth, and operating a transcontinental network of fortresses, farms, treasuries, and outposts. Their secrecy, however, was almost as legendary as their ferocity in battle, for while their actions on the field were visible, their internal rites remained concealed, bound by oath and shadow. It is this opacity that helped to seal their fate. By the early 14th century, as the Crusader states crumbled and the Templars' military purpose waned, their wealth and independence became liabilities. King Philip IV of France, deeply indebted to the order and eager to consolidate power, orchestrated their downfall. On Friday, October 13, 1307, Templars across France were arrested in a coordinated sweep. Charges of heresy, blasphemy, sodomy, idolatry, and devil worship were levelled against them. Chief among the accusations were claims about their initiation rites, that they spat upon the cross, denied Christ, kissed each other obscenely, and worshipped a mysterious idol known only as Baphomet. These charges, drawn from confessions elicited under torture, formed the backbone of the Templars' trials. Under duress, some admitted to the allegations, only to recant later. Others held fast, denying all. The truth, layered beneath pain, fear, and centuries of distortion, remains elusive. What can be pieced together from trial transcripts, papal inquiries, and fragmentary documents suggests that Templar initiations did deviate in tone and structure from mainstream Christian sacraments. Unlike monastic professions, which were public and ecclesiastically sanctioned, Templar vows were taken in secret. The novice was often brought before dawn or after dark into the commandery chapel. He would kneel, swear obedience to the master, poverty, chastity, and readiness to kill or die for the order. The ceremony was intentionally austere. No indulgent fanfare, no familial witnesses. It was meant to sever the novice from his former life, to graft him wholly into the order's stern fraternity. In some cases, it appears that the initiate was symbolically tested, asked to spit or tread upon a cross, not out of heretical impulse, but to prove unflinching obedience to the order. Such acts, stripped of context and repeated under interrogation, could be construed as sacrilege. There are tantalizing hints that these rituals were influenced by the militarized spirituality of the Templars, who viewed their brotherhood not merely as soldiers for Christ, but as a monastic army with its own discipline, ethos, and sacred language. And then there is the idol. Baphomet, a name that appears in various forms across the confessions, was described variously as a head, a bearded man, a cat, or a three-faced figure. Some said it was made of metal, others of wood. Some swore it gave them riches, others that it offered oracles. Scholars have long debated the origin of the word, a corruption of Mahomet, a distorted version of Abu Fihamat, or a composite invention of inquisitorial imagination. No idol was ever found. Yet it is possible that the Templars preserved or adapted certain esoteric traditions absorbed during their long occupation of the Levant. They dwelt for nearly 2 centuries among Muslims, Eastern Christians, Jews, and heretical sects like the Assassins and the Druze, that they might have incorporated or at least been influenced by non-Latin ideas of initiation, symbol, and secrecy is not implausible. But evidence is thin, and speculation has often outpaced fact. Some modern theorists, particularly those aligned with esoteric traditions or neo-Templar societies, argue that the Templars were guardians of ancient wisdom, perhaps derived from Gnostic, Hermetic, or even pre-Christian sources. They point to the Temple of Solomon, the Grail myths, the cryptic symbols later embraced by Freemasonry. To them, the Templar initiation was not heretical, but transcendent, a survival of an older sacred science. Academic historians remain cautious. The lack of consistent testimony, the political context of the trials, and the absence of material proof counsel restraint. What is clear is that the Templars guarded their rites with extreme care. The very absence of written manuals or liturgies suggests a culture of oral transmission, where meaning was encrypted in symbol and oath. After years of imprisonment and interrogation, Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master, was burned at the stake in 1314. With him, the order as an institution died, but its myths did not. They passed into folklore and romance, into the writings of 18th century mystics and 19th century occultists, into the architecture of Rosslyn Chapel, and into the speculative theories of Dan Brown and beyond. Today, the Templars occupy a peculiar space in the historical imagination, part fact, part legend, part mirror for the hopes and fears of each age. Their initiation rites, whether simple monastic professions or complex spiritual trials, remain a focal point for that fascination. Perhaps that is fitting, for what is initiation if not the passing through of shadow into belonging? And what better legacy for an order built on secrecy than to leave behind a silence so profound it demands to be filled again and again with the stories of those who come after? The spring of 1315 arrived not with the promise of rebirth, but with a sky sealed shut. Across the valleys of the Rhine, the slopes of the Vosges, and the lowlands of the Meuse and the Scheldt, the sun vanished behind a curtain of iron-coloured cloud. It did not part for days, then weeks, and finally months. The rain fell in slow, steady curtains, not the violent summer storms to which peasants were long accustomed, but an endless weeping from the heavens, drenching fields, collapsing sod roofs, and soaking seed down to rot. In the forests, the leaves darkened early and glistened with mildew. Rivers swelled beyond their banks, swallowing cart paths and wooden bridges. In the towns, mould crept up the beams of timber houses, and the smell of wet straw became the scent of everyday life. The sky sagged lower, and the rain never ceased. What began as inconvenience soon hardened into crisis. This was no sudden plague, no bolt from heaven. It was something slower, a grinding, a wearing away. Over the next 2 years, the land would betray the people who worked it, not in fury, but in silence. It would cease to yield. The rains of 1315 drowned the crops. That year, from Scotland to Silesia, across the patchwork fiefs of what is now Germany, France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and England, the oats failed first. So too the rye. The wheat curled back into the sodden clay and died. Seed washed away before it could sprout. Root systems rotted. The early summer harvest, the poor man's hedge against starvation, never came. The carts returned empty, and then the cattle began to die. They perished not from hunger, not yet, but from hoof rot, from infection, from exposure. Drenched for weeks, standing in bogs instead of fields, their legs turned black and useless. In some manors, herds were culled early in desperation, but the meat spoiled quickly. Salt, long hoarded, could not preserve all. By autumn, the stores were half what they should have been. By winter, they were gone, and still the rain fell. The climate shift that fueled this disaster remains partially understood even now. Scholars would later call it the beginning of the Little Ice Age, a subtle global cooling that lasted through the 19th century, marked by volatile weather and shortened growing seasons. Volcanic eruptions in the tropics may have thickened the atmosphere with ash. Fluctuations in solar radiation may have dampened the warming breath of the sun. Whatever the cause, the medieval world was entering a century of climate instability, and its first reckoning came here. Before the Black Death, before the 100 Years' War, there was the Great Famine. It came with the scent of wet loam and decay. It crept into thatched barns and monastic pantries. It turned the wooden ladle over an empty pot into a symbol of finality, and it exposed the hard truth of a continent already near the brink. Europe in 1315 was not a continent of plenty. Population growth had pushed against the limits of the soil for a generation. Forests had been cleared to open marginal land. Swamps had been drained. Grain yields per seed planted had flatlined. A man in the 13th century could not expect more than a 2- or 3-fold return on seed, barely enough to sustain a village with no room for error. Livestock could be stored on the hoof, but their feed competed with humans for grain. There were no industrial food reserves, no national relief systems, no granaries that reached beyond the manorial or ecclesiastical estate. What food existed was local, seasonal, and perishable. When the harvest failed, there was no elsewhere to turn to. Famine spread not as a fire, but as a flood, starting in the low-lying regions of the Netherlands and the Rhineland, then seeping into Burgundy, Normandy, and Bavaria, cresting in England and the Scandinavian coasts by the following year. In the fields, peasants watched their families wither. By the spring of 1316, prices had quadrupled in most markets. A bushel of wheat, once sold for 6 pence, now fetched 24 or more, if it could be found. Bread became the privilege of the merchant, the noble, the monk. For those below, there was bark, there were roots, there were scraps of rotted meat flensed from carrion. It was said that mothers, faced with starving infants, boiled nettles and shoe leather into broth. The elderly were sometimes left behind to die in cottages, the young driven out to beg or steal. In the towns, bodies appeared beneath walls. The dying no longer moaned for mercy, they moaned for bread. Chroniclers recorded it with unusual restraint. The annals of the abbey at Malmesbury note simply that there was great want in the land, and many perished. A monk in Liège wrote, "The rain fell as never before. All that was sown was lost." Others were more grim. The people died as flies, and their corpses were dragged from the roads lest they offend the living. In Bruges, a priest described wagon loads of children sold for meat, though he admits he never saw it himself. In Ireland, one scribe claimed that whole villages had vanished, leaving only their hearthstones behind, cold and without light. Whether cannibalism truly occurred is uncertain. The rumours repeated across regions cannot be fully substantiated, but in times of extremity, social norms rupture, desperation shatters laws and memory alike. The rain returned in the spring of 1316. It had never truly left. In England, the harvest failed again, this time not from flood but from chill. The summer was short and bitter, the sun pale, the winds cutting. Seedlings sprouted late and died young. The barley ripened unevenly. The wheat never came, and this time no one had stores. No one had seed. Fields lay fallow not by choice but by compulsion. The hands that should have tilled them were dead or dying. Royalty, for all their finery, were not spared. Edward II of England found himself unable to provision his court. His own household accounts record desperate appeals for grain. In France, Philip V ordered emergency relief in the Loire Valley, but the shipments arrived late, and riots broke out before the wagons could be unloaded. In the cities of Flanders and northern France, bakeries were looted. Bread markets were policed by armed guards. The price of salt, indispensable for preserving meat, rose to nearly double the price of pork. People ate carrion anyway. The famine did not respect piety. In monasteries, novitiates collapsed during prayer. In convents, silence gave way to groans. Even the poorhouses overflowed, their inmates swelling with hunger before fading into silence. Priests preached repentance. They spoke of judgment, of a wrathful God scourging a sinful world. Flagellants began to appear, men stripped to the waist, marching barefoot, whipping their backs in the street while singing psalms. Others denounced the Jews, the lepers, the foreign merchants. Scapegoats were never far in times of collapse, but this was no plague. This was not the Black Death's sudden, awful visitation. This was slower. It unfolded in the way a door closes on a room filling with water, and when at last the door shut completely, no one remembered exactly when it had begun. By the time the rain abated, in the late summer of 1317, something in the European psyche had shifted. Death had come not as a scythe, but as a grinding stone, and in its wake, a quiet despair settled over the land. Estimates of the death toll vary. In some regions, 10 to 15% of the population may have died. In others, more. Children born during the famine suffered lifelong stunting. Fertility rates collapsed. Marriage rates plummeted. Many who survived were permanently weakened, rendering them more susceptible to disease. And it is this, more than any other single factor, that historians now believe primed Europe for the Black Death to come 3 decades later. The social order too had been frayed. Peasants no longer assumed their lords could or would protect them. Monasteries, unable to feed the hungry, lost some measure of their moral authority. The idea that one station in life was part of a divinely ordered hierarchy, ordained and unchangeable, seemed less plausible in a world where babies starved and pious monks died with empty hands. Resentment festered. So did disbelief. In the years that followed, climate would continue to destabilize. There would be more failed harvests, more localized famines, but nothing would match the scale and severity of 1315 to 1317. And yet, despite its magnitude, the Great Famine was largely overshadowed by later catastrophes. The Black Death would arrive with the suddenness of a blade, cleaving memory in half. The 100 Years' War would write fire and steel across the land. But in many ways, the famine was the opening act, the warning that went unheeded. Its legacy is not one of drama, but of attrition, of systems pushed beyond their limits, of people broken not by one calamity, but by 1,000 days of slow unravelling. And that is perhaps the hardest kind of history to reckon with. It leaves no iconic image, no dance of death on the church wall, only damp earth, bare granaries, and the silence of the sky. But beneath that silence, Europe changed. Its faith grew brittle. Its soil, overworked and weeping, turned against its masters. And in the space between bread and bone, something in the human spirit began to harden. The road south shimmered in the summer heat, a ribbon of dust winding through fields of barley and hills already yellowing with the dryness of late June. The air buzzed with flies and the hum of footsteps, hundreds of them bare or wrapped in crude sandals, moving together in uneven rhythm. They were young, impossibly young by the standards of crusade and conquest. Some barely old enough to walk without clutching their mother's tunic. Others carried younger siblings on their backs. They marched past hedgerows and manor walls, past villages and cathedrals, and the occasional glance of a lord who didn't know whether to laugh, cry, or shut the gates. They carried no weapons, they wore no armor. But they sang as they walked, and they believed, utterly, dangerously, that they were doing the will of God. This was not a crusade like those that came before. There was no papal bull, no blessing from Rome, no armoured knights atop destriers, no siege engines or war chests or supply trains. There was only a movement, spontaneous, feverish, and pure in its conviction that children could succeed where men had failed, that their innocence would conquer Jerusalem where steel and fire had faltered, that Christ himself would part the seas for them, as he had once done for Moses, that they, the little ones, were chosen. It was the summer of 1212. 2 centuries had passed since Pope Urban II had called the First Crusade in a firebrand sermon at Clermont. That first tide of Christian warriors had surged east and, in 1099, seized Jerusalem in a storm of blood and zeal. But it had not lasted. Muslim armies had rallied. In 1187, Saladin had recaptured the city, and in the years that followed, Christendom's grip on the Holy Land weakened, fractured, and slipped. The Third Crusade, led by Richard the Lionheart, had failed to retake Jerusalem. The Fourth had barely reached the Holy Land at all, sacking Christian Constantinople instead. By 1212, crusading fervour still burned, but it was smouldering under layers of failure, political intrigue, and broken promises. And into that atmosphere a strange wind began to blow. No chronicler recorded the exact day it began, but somewhere in the hills of northern France, in the town of Cloyes near Chartres, a shepherd boy named Stephen began to preach. He was perhaps 12, perhaps 14. The sources differ. He spoke with the certainty of one who had heard a voice that could not be denied. Christ had appeared to him, he said, while he tended his flocks. Christ had told him to gather the children, not the soldiers, not the kings, but the children, poor and humble and undefiled by the world, and lead them to the Holy Land. No weapons were needed, no war would be fought. The Muslim defenders of Jerusalem would convert, peacefully, at the sight of their holiness. The sea would open, the way would be made straight. Stephen preached in the marketplaces, in front of churches, in the muddy lanes where beggars gathered, and children listened. So did peasants. So did monks and wandering minstrels. Word spread like wildfire, carried from farm to farm, town to town, in the mouths of those who had seen the boy with the glowing face and the fearless tongue. He even came before King Philip II of France in Saint-Denis. The king reportedly told him to go home, but others were not so dismissive. Within weeks, thousands of children had left their villages and homes and begun to follow Stephen, on foot, in the heat, with no real plan, no provisions, and no understanding of the road ahead. They carried crosses made of wood, stitched to their tunics or dragged behind them. Some held images of the Virgin Mary or relics of uncertain provenance. They sang hymns. They begged for food in the towns they passed through, and when they were not fed, they kept going. At night they slept in fields or under the eaves of barns. Hunger thinned them, but it did not stop them. There was something contagious in their certainty, in their unwavering belief that they were called by God and shielded by his hand. By some accounts, there was a second movement taking shape at the same time, hundreds of miles away in the Rhineland. In Cologne, a boy named Nicholas, the son of a poor fisherman, had begun preaching a similar message, that children must take up the cross and deliver Jerusalem not by the sword, but by faith alone. Nicholas led a band of German children south through the Alps. Some sources say they numbered in the thousands, others as many as 20,000. Like Stephen's followers, they walked. They walked in barefoot lines through alpine passes still streaked with snow. They crossed the Brenner Pass and descended into Lombardy, singing as they went. What unites these two movements, one French, one German, is not their leadership, but their shape, spontaneous, unsanctioned, and astonishing in their scale. Some were true children, no more than 6 or 7 years old. Others were adolescents or young teens, but mingled among them were also poor adults, landless peasants, runaway serfs, the desperate and the dreaming, all swept up in what would become one of the most tragic and baffling episodes of the medieval age. Their destination, they believed, was Jerusalem, but none ever reached the holy city. What happened instead was a slow and sorrowful unravelling, marked by hunger, fatigue, exploitation, and the shattering of dreams. Stephen's followers reached Marseille, the great port of the southern French coast, in the late summer of 1212. According to the stories, they expected the sea to part for them. They gathered on the beach. They prayed. They waited. But no miracle came. The sea remained still and implacable. Days passed. Some began to weep, some began to doubt. But then, according to later accounts, 2 merchants named Hugh the Iron and William the Pig appeared and offered a solution. They had ships, they said, They would carry the children across the Mediterranean, free of charge. 7 ships were provided. The children boarded, singing again, hopeful again. And here, the sources darken. 2 of the ships were wrecked in a storm near Sardinia. All aboard were lost. The other 5 reached the coast of North Africa, where, according to one account written years later, the children were sold into slavery. Split between Egypt and Tunis, they vanished into the markets and households of the Muslim world. Some were said to have been imprisoned, others to have been castrated, still others to have eventually died under forced labour. It is impossible to know how many of these details are true. The trail of the children disappears into conflicting chronicle entries, legends and theological polemics. But what is clear is that the French branch of the Children's Crusade did not end in Jerusalem. It ended in loss. Nicholas's German band fared no better. After crossing the Alps and descending into Italy, they too faced the impassable reality of the sea. Some turned back, others died along the way. Nicholas himself may have reached Genoa or perhaps Pisa, where a small number were allegedly given passage to the east, but if so, nothing came of it. According to the annals of Cologne, Nicholas tried to return home. His father, shamed by his son's failure and by the deaths of so many children, was hanged. Nicholas may have died in prison, or he may have perished on the road. His fate, like that of so many who followed him, is obscured by the silence that follows catastrophe. And yet, for all its mystery, the Children's Crusade left a deep and disturbing impression on the medieval mind. Chroniclers struggled to understand what had happened. Some dismissed it as mass hysteria. Others blamed demonic deception, suggesting that Satan himself had whispered into the ears of the children, leading them astray. Others interpreted it as a sign of divine judgment, proof that the established church had failed so badly that even children were compelled to act. In time, the event was folded into legend, embroidered with details both miraculous and grotesque. In later centuries, the story was romanticized, cast as a noble tragedy, a kind of innocent martyrdom. Paintings depicted rows of angelic children climbing hills with crosses on their backs or gazing wistfully across stormy seas. But beneath the sentiment, the event remains difficult to categorize. Was it a crusade? Was it a migration? Was it even real? Modern historians have debated its authenticity, its size, and its meaning. Some suggest that the Children's Crusade was not composed solely of children, but of wandering poor, a movement of the dispossessed, inspired by crusading rhetoric, but shaped more by hunger and hopelessness than theology. The term pueri, used in many sources, may not have meant literal children, but the powerless, a broader category of the underclass. Others argue that 2 separate movements did take place, one in France, one in Germany, but that they were smaller, less coordinated, and exaggerated over time. Still others point to elements of the narrative that resemble older tropes in Christian literature: the innocent prophet, the parted sea, the betrayal by merchants, symbols more than events. And yet, the sources remain uneven, contradictory, but persistent. Chronicles from France, Germany, Italy, and even Muslim Spain mention the March of the Children. Letters from bishops warn of the growing crowds. Local annals record the deaths of many who never returned. Whatever the exact details, something happened in the summer of 1212. Something that moved thousands to leave their homes, to abandon their families, and to seek salvation not through warfare, but through faith. That they failed does not lessen the power of what they attempted. In a world of swords and sieges, of feudal obligations and papal edicts, a mass of unarmed children tried to reshape history through trust alone. It is, perhaps, the most heartbreaking form of idealism. Today, there is no monument to the Children's Crusade, no list of names carved into stone, no graves bearing the dates of their march. But the memory endures, in literature, in theology, in the quiet horror that follows the realization that belief, when untethered from guidance or wisdom, can lead the innocent into ruin. Somewhere along the roads they walked, in the hills of southern France or the passes of the Alps, the wind still whispers through ruined chapels and broken milestones. And if one listens closely, it carries a question that has echoed for 8 centuries. What happens when faith alone is not enough to save the pure? What happens when children walk into history without maps, led by voices that may never have been divine? And perhaps more haunting still, what kind of world allowed them to go? The hills of Languedoc, in the south of what is now France, rise in soft folds of limestone and laurel, their slopes dusted with wild thyme and broom. Crumbling watchtowers crown their ridges like extinguished torches. In spring, the wind carries the scent of flowering almond and olive, mingled with smoke from hearths kindled in hamlets that cling to the lower valleys. It is a landscape both open and secretive, marked by dry paths and hidden caves, stone villages and vineyards winding like veins across the hillsides. For centuries, this was a land apart, a place where culture and language wove themselves into a tapestry distinct from the blunt iron politics of the north. Here, in the 12th century, a different kind of Christianity took root. It was austere, serene, implacable in its logic. Its adherents would come to be known as Cathars, and for a brief, incandescent moment, they thrived. Their beginnings are cloaked in uncertainty. Some historians trace their ideas to the Bogomils of the Balkans, others to earlier dualist strains in Manichaeism and Gnosticism. What is clearer is that by the mid-1100s, Cathar communities had begun to flourish across the towns and countryside of Occitania, from Albi and Carcassonne to Toulouse and Foix. They called themselves simply good men or good Christians and lived according to a rigorous spiritual ethic. They rejected the material world as the corrupt creation of an evil principle, distinct from the good and eternal God of spirit and light. The soul, they believed, was divine in origin, a spark trapped within a body fashioned by the fallen god of matter. In this theology of dualism, the world was a battleground, not between sinner and saint, but between two cosmic powers locked in ancient contention. To free the soul was the task of life, and to free it one must renounce the world, marriage, meat, wealth, violence, and false sacraments. The Cathars did not build churches, they did not venerate the cross, to them an instrument of death. They baptized with words, not water. Their rite, the consolamentum, was a laying on of hands that marked the recipient as one who had truly turned away from the world. The most devout, the perfect, lived lives of fasting, humility, and itinerant preaching. They were revered by the laity, who saw in their clarity something of the earliest apostles. Women could be perfect as well as men. Their teachings spread not by conquest, but by example. The Cathar perfect were said to take no coin, to carry no weapons, to speak gently, to heal where they could. They walked barefoot through the hills, entering towns by twos, resting only briefly before moving on. And in a church increasingly mired in wealth, political entanglement, and the corruption of indulgences, their purity drew admiration. Toulouse, Béziers, Albi, cities of learning and trade, became centres of Cathar life. Nobles protected them, commoners fed them, poets composed verses that hinted at their vision of light and release. The church watched with growing alarm, for here was not merely a heresy, but a rival faith, coherent, appealing, self-sustaining. It denied the sacraments, undermined clerical authority, and ignored Rome's commands. Local bishops could not stop it. Debates failed. Preaching campaigns floundered. Even St. Dominic, whose order would later become the intellectual spear point of the Inquisition, found his early efforts in Languedoc largely unheeded. Pope Innocent III, whose mind blended vision with vengeance, finally turned to arms. In 1208, after the papal legate Pierre de Castelnau was murdered, a crime blamed, though without clear proof, on Cathar sympathisers, the Pope issued a call to crusade, but this was not a march to the Holy Land. It was a war against fellow Christians, and it would be prosecuted with a ferocity that scorched the land. The Albigensian Crusade, named after one of the Cathar strongholds, began in 1209. Northern barons, eager for land and absolution, flocked south. At their head was Simon de Montfort, a brutal and capable commander whose piety was matched by a cold ruthlessness. His troops descended on Béziers in July. When the townspeople refused to surrender the heretics among them, the entire city was sacked. Thousands were slaughtered. When a papal legate was asked how to distinguish heretics from faithful, he is reputed to have answered, "Kill them all. God will know his own." Whether the words were truly spoken or became legend, the sentiment defined the war. Carcassonne fell weeks later. The nobility of Languedoc, divided and hesitant, proved slow to resist. Some capitulated. Others, like Raymond VI of Toulouse, tried to walk a line between allegiance to the crown and protection of their subjects. But Montfort's campaign continued. Castles were taken, towns burned, heretics rounded up and put to the sword. And yet, the Cathars did not disappear. They fled into the hills, took shelter in caves in remote villages, in the high fortresses of Montailu and Montsegur. There they rebuilt, there they prayed, there they waited. Montsegur became their most famous refuge. Perched atop a sheer peak in the Pyrenees, it seemed to touch the sky. From 1232, it served as a Cathar citadel and spiritual centre. Perfect gathered there, debates were held, the faith was renewed. For more than a decade it stood untaken, but the church had learned, if the sword could not root them out, the mind would. The Inquisition arrived in the 1230s. Papal legates trained in rhetoric and law began to interrogate. Records were kept, meticulous and cold. The inquisitors questioned not only suspects, but their neighbours, their children, their servants. Confessions were extracted, names given, networks traced. The hunt became systematic. In 1244, Montsegur fell. Besieged by royal forces for months, its defenders held out through winter, enduring hunger and cold. Finally, betrayed or broken, they surrendered. Over 200 Cathars refused to recant. They were burned en masse in a field below the fortress. No screams were recorded, only the silence of those who had already died to the world. After Montsegur, the movement collapsed. Some fled to Italy, where pockets of sympathy remained. Others died in secrecy, giving consolamentum on their deathbeds, passing on memory like a flame cupped in the wind. By the early 14th century, the last known Cathar perfect had been captured and executed. The faith vanished from the surface of history, but not from its depths. What the Cathars left behind was not buildings or relics, but questions. Their theology, preserved in fragments, challenges the monolithic vision of medieval Christianity. Their ethics, though severe, carry the echo of a life radically turned from violence and power. Their memory persisted in whispers, in Occitan songs, in peasant tales, in the fascination of later romantics who saw in them a lost purity, and in the structures of repression they inspired. The Inquisition, refined, expanded, institutionalized, emerged from the need to eliminate them. The machinery of surveillance, of public penance, of doctrinal conformity owes part of its genesis to the war against the Cathars. They were defeated, but in their defeat, they reshaped the very church that condemned them. Today, in the hills of Languedoc, tourists walk the ruins of Montsegur. The wind still whistles through the stones. The sky is vast, uncaring. There are no Cathars left, but something remains. A sense, perhaps, that once high among these ridges, men and women chose to believe that light and darkness warred not only in heaven, but in every heart, and that to side with light meant to risk everything the world could take. They lost, but their fire has never entirely gone out. The letter arrived, as such things often did in the 12th century, in the hands of a traveller no one quite remembered. It passed from monastery to cathedral, from court to abbey, until it landed in the chancery of Pope Alexander III in the year 1165. It was written on thick parchment, the ink aged to a muddy brown, and the script, though laboured, was legible enough. The salutation bore no ambiguity. John, priest and king, servant of the servants of God, to Manuel, Emperor of Constantinople, greetings and health. What followed was a marvel, page upon page, describing a Christian kingdom so vast it bordered the Garden of Eden, so wealthy that emeralds lined its rivers, and so holy that sin dared not cross its frontiers. It was a realm of milk and honey, of towering giants and griffins, of fountains that gave eternal youth, and of a king who ruled not just over men, but over nature itself. He was called Prester John, short for Presbyter Johannes, a priest-king from the east, heir to the Magi, protector of the lost tribes of Israel, keeper of relics long thought vanished, and above all a Christian sovereign whose armies would one day march west to crush the infidel and restore the Holy Land to Christendom. It was a forgery, almost certainly. No such monarch existed. No emissary ever arrived to confirm the details, but the letter was copied, circulated, debated, and believed. For 400 years, the legend of Prester John wound itself into the fabric of European thought, part apocalyptic hope, part geopolitical fantasy, part longing for an ally that never was. He appeared on maps, just beyond the known world, always near the edge of knowledge and desire. Monarchs addressed him in diplomatic language, popes dispatched envoys to find him, and explorers set sail into deserts and oceans chasing whispers of his court. In Prester John, medieval Europe projected its anxieties and its aspirations, a figure of imagined strength in the face of Muslim power, a mirror of Christian virtue untouched by the corruption of the West, and more than anything, a placeholder for the unknown, an answer to a question that no one could quite articulate but everyone felt. The idea of a Christian king in the East was not entirely new. Since the days of the early Crusades, rumours had circulated that beyond the Muslim world lay a realm where Christianity still flourished. When the First Crusade captured Jerusalem in 1099, it did so without the help of Byzantium, which had proved cautious, if not outright obstructive. By the time Saladin recaptured the city in 1187, Europe had begun to realise that it stood alone, and so it was comforting, even necessary, to believe that somewhere beyond Persia or deep in the heart of Asia, a powerful Christian monarch ruled a peaceful land and stood ready to send troops to reinforce the armies of Christendom. That this figure was unseen only added to the allure. The East was vast and unknown. Marco Polo had not yet journeyed to China. The Mongols were still distant horsemen on the horizon. Africa, beyond the Muslim cities of the north, was a map of blankness. In such a world, belief filled the vacuum. The earliest real mention of Prester John comes not from the famous letter of 1165, but from chronicles written decades earlier. In 1145, Hugh of Jabala, a bishop in Syria, spoke before Pope Eugene III of a Christian prince named John who had defeated a Muslim army in the east and planned to liberate Jerusalem. He was said to be descended from the Magi, the wise men who had brought gifts to the infant Christ. He was said to rule a kingdom beyond Persia. The report was second-hand, drawn from Nestorian sources, those Eastern Christians who had long lived under Muslim rule, isolated from the Latin Church. But the story struck a chord. The Second Crusade had already begun, and it was failing. A new ally, a distant king, perhaps even the legendary King David returned, might shift the balance. The forged letter of 1165 that is just built on this foundation, expanding the myth with pageantry and theological polish. Its author, unknown, though likely a European cleric, understood the power of detail. Prester John's realm, it said, held no beggars, no crime, no heresy. His palace had golden pillars and crystal ceilings. His court was peopled with virgins, eunuchs, giants, and dragons. He ruled over 72 kings and drank from a chalice made of emerald. Every day he dined with thousands of guests, all of them righteous. He had relics that included the true cross, the blood of Christ, the Ark of the Covenant. He had a mirror that allowed him to see the entire world. He was descended from St. Thomas the Apostle, and he had vowed that when the time was right, he would rise with his armies, strike the enemies of Christ, and usher in a new era of peace. What made the story compelling was not its plausibility, but its purpose. At a time when Europe was fractured, divided by feudal conflict, religious schism, and the repeated failure of the Crusades, Prester John represented unity and hope. He was not merely a king, he was an ideal. He ruled justly. He preserved the faith. He wielded both the sword and the crozier. He needed no papal guidance, no military help, and no moral correction. He was what European rulers wished to be, and what they feared they were not. Over the next centuries, the legend adapted itself to new discoveries. When Genghis Khan's Mongol armies swept westward in the early 13th century, shattering Islamic kingdoms and threatening Christendom itself, Europeans were first terrified, then curious. Might the Mongols be Prester John's forces misunderstood? Some believed so. The early Mongol leaders were rumoured to tolerate Christianity. Some had Christian wives. Nestorian communities thrived in Central Asia. Envoys were sent, letters exchanged. Friars like John of Plano Carpini and William of Rubruck journeyed to the courts of the great Khans and returned with tales of splendour and ambiguity. The Mongols were not Prester John, but they had something of his aura. The legend shifted eastward, attaching itself briefly to the steppes before moving again. By the 14th century, as Africa became a new frontier for European imagination, Prester John migrated south. Reports emerged from the Red Sea coast, brought by traders and Coptic Christians, of a great Christian king in the highlands of Ethiopia. This was no myth. The Ethiopian Empire was real, ancient, and Christian. It had adopted Christianity in the 4th century, long before most of Europe. Its kings traced their lineage to Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. They maintained monasteries, venerated the cross, and preserved a unique liturgy in Ge'ez. To European ears, it sounded like the echo of Prester John. Soon the two were fused. By the 15th century, maps labelled the Horn of Africa with Prester John's name. Portuguese explorers sailing around Africa hoped to reach his kingdom. When they arrived in the Christian court of Emperor Zara Jacob, they believed they had found him. Letters were exchanged, ambassadors sent. The illusion persisted even as reality diverged. The Ethiopian church, though ancient, did not recognize the Pope. Its customs were foreign. The land was rugged, isolated, beset by Muslim states and internal strife. But to Europe, starved for allies and desperate for meaning, Ethiopia was a revelation. The myth bent again, reshaped by hope and the expanding geography of the known world. It is tempting to see in the legend of Prester John nothing more than projection, medieval Europe dreaming of a better version of itself in the mirror of the East. But the truth is more layered. Prester John was not just a fantasy. He was a political idea, a theological safeguard, a promise that Christianity was larger than Rome or Canterbury. He was a tool used by kings to justify diplomacy, by popes to expand Christendom, by explorers to frame ambition in the language of faith. And yet, beneath it all, there was longing for unity in a divided church, longing for justice in a feudal world, longing for a king who would wield power not for conquest, but for righteousness. By the time the Renaissance dawned, the legend had begun to wither. The age of exploration brought hard edges to the map. Cartographers filled in the blanks once left for fantasy. The Mongol Empire collapsed. Ethiopia, though still Christian, was no longer seen as a miracle. Letters stopped being written. The Vatican turned its attention to closer threats: the Reformation, the Ottomans, the politics of Europe. And yet, even in silence, the idea of Prester John endured. His image appears in woodcuts and illuminated margins, in the margins of Bibles and the pages of travelogues. He is there in Mandeville's fantastical travels, in the letters of Portuguese kings, in the missionary dreams of Jesuits sent east. He is not real, but he is never quite forgotten. To study Prester John is to study the boundaries of belief. It is to understand how myths grow, not in the dark, but in the half-light of truth and need. It is to witness how a single letter, written by no one, sent to no one, and received by all, can shape the dreams of an entire continent. There was no Emerald River, no court of griffins and giants, no golden palace lit by the Ark of the Covenant. But there was, in every cathedral and scriptorium, a space left open for the possibility that somewhere, just beyond the horizon, righteousness might yet reign. And that, in the end, is what Prester John was, not a king, not a lie, but a threshold, a place where faith met imagination and where the world for a moment seemed full of light. The plague had already passed through once, when the second wind came howling over the fields of Norfolk. It arrived as mist in the morning, clinging to hedgerows and thatch, as blood on linens wrung out and buried beneath newly turned earth. In Norwich, the bells rang for the dead until the bellmen themselves could no longer stand, their hands raw and blackened from the rope. The market square emptied, the shoemakers and bakers vanished. One day the city was full, the next it was hollowed like a shell. Bodies were stacked in carts and drawn through alleys without sacrament or name. Only a few words of Latin mumbled through cloth masks before the pit was filled and another opened beside it. Whole households were gone in a week. Entire parishes ceased to function. The cathedrals still stood, their windows lit with the gold of late summer, but the songs inside them grew fainter. Julian was a child when the first wave came. She would have seen it from the lower windows of her family home, the world collapsing in silence. She would have seen her neighbours disappear behind shuttered doors. Perhaps she watched the friars carry the sacrament to those who could still swallow. Perhaps she looked at the crucifix on the wall and wondered what it meant to believe in mercy when mercy did not come. She lived through that first devastation, and then another and another. The Black Death returned in intervals throughout the 14th century, each time devouring what little had begun to recover. Norwich, one of England's largest cities, became a place of ghosts. The mortality tore at the fabric of everything, at theology, at law, at memory. No one could explain the sorrow. It was not just death, it was a kind of unravelling. She lived through all of it. And sometime in the years that followed, Julian of Norwich, whose birth name we do not know, chose to enclose herself inside a single room for the rest of her life. The room was built onto the side of a church, St. Julian's, in the southeast quarter of the city. It was made of stone, small and windowless save for 3 openings, one for light, another for food, and one that faced the altar where the Mass was said. She could not leave it. She would never again walk Norwich's streets. She would never again feel rain on her face or stand beneath the trees in spring. She was, in the strictest sense, entombed in order to pray. She was what the church called an anchorite, and though her life was bounded by walls, her words would reach across centuries. It began, as most things do in hagiography, with a sickness. In May of 1373, when Julian was around 30 years old, she fell gravely ill. So gravely, in fact, that she was given last rites. Her mother, or perhaps a sister or nurse, sent for a priest. The priest came bearing the crucifix, and while it was held before her eyes, Julian began to see visions. There were 16 in all, though they came in waves, some of them merging into each other like oil across water. They were not grand in the way of later mystics. There were no flaming chariots or 7-headed beasts, but they were immediate, intimate, bodily. She saw blood run from the crown of thorns as thick and dark as the sap of a tree. She saw Christ's face in agony, not as a distant judge, but as a suffering brother. She saw Mary, young and strong, her eyes wide with grace. She saw the world, as she put it, as small as a hazelnut, cradled in the palm of God's hand. She did not die. Instead, she rose from her sickbed, marked forever by what she had seen. And in the years that followed, she began to write. The book she eventually composed is called Revelations of Divine Love, and it is the first known book written in English by a woman. It survives in 2 versions, a shorter text likely written not long after her illness, and a longer, more expansive meditation completed decades later, when she had become an anchorite. Together, they form one of the most remarkable works of theology in the Middle Ages. Julian wrote not in Latin, the language of scholars and priests, but in the vernacular of her city, in English soft and sloping, like the hills of East Anglia. And what she wrote was not instruction or condemnation, but comfort. All shall be well, she wrote, and all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well. The words were not naive. She had lived through famine, pestilence, the peasants' revolt, the Great Schism, the burning of heretics. She knew what the world was, and still she believed. Her visions showed her a Christ who did not accuse, but who suffered with humanity. A Christ who spoke gently, who showed his wounds not as signs of wrath, but as invitations to trust. A Christ who did not speak of damnation, but of love. She wrote that sin was behovable, necessary, not in a sense of being good, but in the sense that without the fall there could be no redemption, and that in the end even sin would be folded back into God's mercy. It was, by the standards of her time, a daring thing to say. The Church in the 14th century was not a forgiving institution. It was a time of inquisitors and censures, of suspicion toward any woman who claimed spiritual authority. And yet Julian's theology was quietly revolutionary. She spoke of God not only as Father, but as Mother, nourishing, tender, enfolding. Just as truly as God is our Father, she wrote, so truly is God our Mother. It was not metaphor for her, it was revelation. She described the soul as clothed in love from the moment of creation. She insisted that no soul is forgotten. She rejected the image of God as punitive, distant, cold, and she refused to reduce divine mystery to dogma. I saw him and I sought him, she wrote, and I had him and I wanted him. She did not speak from a pulpit. She did not lecture in universities. She sat day after day in her cell. She became a kind of still centre in a world that had lost its compass. Norwich in those years was a city still wounded. The Lollards were rising, radicals who rejected clerical wealth and denied transubstantiation. Heretics were burned in the public square, the smoke of their death curling past the steeples, and still Julian sat and wrote of divine love. We know she lived into old age. The last known mention of her comes from 1416, when another anchorite wrote of her with reverence. She had become a figure of stability, a quiet light in a time of fear. Her writings were preserved, not widely but carefully. Her longer texts survived in a single manuscript, copied by hand and passed from monastery to monastery. It was not until the 20th century that her voice was truly recovered, and when it was, it sounded like something new. Julian of Norwich has since become one of the most studied and beloved mystics of the Christian tradition. She is quoted by theologians, philosophers, poets. T.S. Eliot echoed her words in 4 quartets. Thomas Merton read her in the cloisters of Kentucky. She is invoked in times of grief, of upheaval, of war. Her language, calm, luminous, unwavering, has become a balm for modern ears. But she remains, in the end, a mystery. We do not know her family name. We do not know where she was born. We do not know what illness brought her to the brink of death. We know only that she lived in a single room for decades and saw, through its narrow window, something most people miss. Her hazelnut still rests in God's hand, and her words, quiet as breath, continue to echo in the long corridors of time. The firelight in the great hall of Camelot sputters low, casting gold and shadow across the stone walls hung with winter boughs. Hounds sleep beneath the benches. Pages doze in corners. The Yule feast has ended, and a hush falls over the gathered knights as the final cups of spiced wine cool in silver hands. Outside, the wind hums against the parapets. Snow drifts like flour across the earth. And then, as if conjured by silence itself, the doors burst wide. A horse stands there, breathing steam. It is the colour of moss, of deep pine, of the forest in midsummer. Its rider, tall and strange, is of the same hue, green skin, green eyes, hair like ivy coiled down his back. He is not masked. His face is that of a man, but one wrought from nature, not born of women. In his right hand he holds a massive axe, in his left a sprig of holly. He smiles, and his teeth flash white in the firelight. So enters the Green Knight. So begins one of the most enigmatic and haunting poems of the Middle Ages. Sir Gawain and the Green Knight is, on its surface, a tale of honour and testing. Composed in Middle English in the late 14th century by an anonymous author known today only as the Gawain poet, the poem weaves together courtly virtue, Christian allegory, and folkloric strangeness with a delicacy that still astonishes. At its heart lies the riddle of the Green Knight himself. Who is this being who rides into Arthur's court on New Year's Day and proposes a brutal game? Who challenges the noblest knight to strike a blow, promising to return it in a year's time? Who survives decapitation, lifts his own severed head, and rides away laughing? And who, at journey's end, becomes both judge and mirror, exposing the fine cracks in Gawain's gleaming armour? The Green Knight is a figure out of time, rooted in deep soil. To some he is a wild god, a remnant of pre-Christian England, a green man carved in cloisters, peering from capitals with leaves for beard and breath. To others, he is the embodiment of nature's indifference, unkillable, cyclical, immune to the laws of men. Still others read him as Christ in disguise, testing the soul through trial and mercy. And some see in him the long shadow of Celtic myth, Cuchulain's beheading game reborn, the other world made flesh. But before he becomes symbol, he is story, and the story is this. At the height of the Christmas revels, the Green Knight rides into Camelot and offers a game. Any knight may strike him with his axe, but must submit to the same blow in a year and a day. Gawain, Arthur's nephew and the flower of courtesy, steps forward. He cleaves the knight's head clean, but the body does not fall. The Green Knight retrieves his head, mounts his horse and departs, bidding Gawain to find him at the Green Chapel next Yuletide. What follows is a journey both physical and spiritual. Gawain rides into the winter wilderness. He faces wolves, giants, and cold. He prays. He nearly dies. And then, in the white of December, he finds shelter at a castle ruled by a lord of great generosity. There, a second game begins. The lord will hunt each day and give Gawain whatever he wins. In return, Gawain must give the lord whatever he receives. But as the lord rides out each morning, his wife tempts Gawain in the halls. Kisses are exchanged. Flirtation sharpens. On the third day, she gives him a green girdle that promises to protect its wearer from harm. Gawain accepts and conceals the gift. At last, Gawain finds the Green Chapel, a hollow hill thick with moss and mist. The Green Knight appears. He raises his axe. Gawain flinches. He steadies himself. The knight swings once, twice, then on the third strike merely grazes Gawain's neck. It is a test. The Green Knight reveals himself to be the lord of the castle, transformed by enchantment. The wounds are metaphors. The kisses were true. The only fault was Gawain's concealment of the girdle. Gawain, stricken with shame, returns to Camelot wearing the green sash as a badge of his failure. But Arthur's court, hearing the tale, adopts the girdle as a token of honour. Gawain has sinned, but he has not fallen. He is the better for being broken. What then is the meaning of this myth? The poem itself offers no easy answer. It glimmers with ambiguities. The Green Knight is both tempter and teacher. The green girdle is both deceit and defence. Nature is both peril and refuge. The Christian calendar overlays the pagan seasons but cannot erase them. The chapel is not a church but an earthen mound. The knight wields both axe and holly, death and life. Gawain rides in search of absolutes and finds only the mirrored complexities of himself. Scholars have long debated the poem's allegory. Some read it as a moral drama. Gawain represents fallen humanity, the Green Knight, divine justice. The poem becomes a passion play of guilt and grace. Others see it as a meditation on chivalry, the gap between the code and the man, the ideal and the flesh. Still others trace its roots to Celtic storytelling, the beheading game, the testing of the hero by supernatural forces, the boundary between this world and the other. And always, there is the green. In medieval colour symbolism, green was liminal. It denoted fertility and growth, but also madness and trickery. The green man, a foliate face hidden in medieval church carvings, was both decoration and talisman, a whisper of the old gods in the rafters of Christendom. The Green Knight inherits this doubleness. He is beautiful and terrifying, civil and savage. His challenge is not simply to test Gawain, but to unsettle the whole edifice of courtly virtue. He does not seek to destroy it, but to reveal its fragility. The wildness outside the walls cannot be cut away with a sword. It must be faced. The anonymous poet who shaped this tale did so with exquisite care. The verse is alliterative, rich in texture, filled with hunting scenes, seduction dialogues, liturgical echoes, and the rhythms of the seasons. The stanzic form, the bob and wheel, turns like the year itself, looping back with rhyme and flourish. The language is the North Midlands dialect of Middle English, earthy and musical. Nothing in the poem is accidental. Every image folds back on itself. The story was written at a moment of cultural flux. England in the late 14th century had endured plague, rebellion, schism. The feudal order was fraying. The authority of the church was questioned. The rise of vernacular literature signalled a shift in who could speak and what could be said. Into this world came a poem that spoke of honour and temptation, of green woods and Christmas mass, of a knight humbled not by dragons, but by his own fear. In modern times, the Green Knight has become a symbol once more. In literature, film and art, he returns in new guises. Some see in him the revenge of nature upon civilization. Others see the mystery of the sacred in a secular world. He is the stranger who knocks at the door, the call to journey, the challenge that reveals the self. He is not defeated. He cannot be. He is as old as the land and as hard to name. To walk into his story is to accept that no path leads back the same way. In the end, Sir Gawain survives. But he does not triumph. He returns altered, chastened, still noble but with a scar. He has kept his word but broken his vow. He wears the green girdle not as a token of conquest but as a sign of contrition. The Knights of the Round Table laugh, make light of it, adopt the sash as fashion. But the poem ends not in laughter, but in prayer. The Green Knight rides on. He rides through forests and books, through memory and meaning. He rides not to punish, but to provoke. He rides until we meet him, as we all must, and find whether we flinch. In the wind through the trees, in the hush before dawn, in the challenge we did not expect but cannot refuse, he rides still. The light in Aleppo is different. It rises slowly over the stone ramparts, catching the tops of minarets and domes before it seeps into the narrow lanes and markets, gilding the dust that hangs over the early merchant stalls and the worn thresholds of homes carved into the fabric of the old city. Even in the 12th century, when the city was smaller and the world was broken by war, the light came the same way, quiet, deliberate, neither cruel nor indulgent. It touched the citadel and the madrasa, the gardens and the graves, and it did not ask whom it fell upon. Yet within those walls, as the decades turned and the Crusades ground forward like a stone wheel over cracked earth, one man carried within him the weight of judgment, not the sudden fire of vengeance, but the long, slow burden of justice. His name was Nur ad-Din, Light of the Faith. He was not born to legend, not in the way that myth attaches itself to Saladin, whose name would become synonymous with chivalry and redemption in both East and West. Nur ad-Din was quiet, methodical, almost severe. Where others sought glory, he sought order. Where others made war for spoils, he made it for stability. His father, Imad ad-Din Zengi, was a warlord of ambition and blood, brutal and volatile, founder of the Zengid Dynasty that bore his name. He had taken Mosul in 1127 and added Aleppo in 1128, carving out a principality that balanced precariously between the Abbasid Caliphate to the east and the Crusader states to the west. He was fierce, cruel, sometimes brilliant, but he was not a builder. He left behind cities scarred by his campaigns, allies alienated by his suspicion, and sons who inherited his conquests but not his chaos. Nur ad-Din came into his own after his father's murder in 1146, killed by one of his own slaves in front of the gates of Kalat Jarbar. Nur was 32 then, a commander of limited means but sharp instincts. He took Aleppo, his brother Saif ad-Din took Mosul, and together they began to stabilize what their father had torn open. But where Saif was cautious and provincial, Nur was something else, driven, pious, possessed of a quiet fire that burned not for conquest, but for righteousness. He was not ascetic, but he was austere. He wore plain clothes. He avoided courtly excess. He fasted, prayed, read deeply in the law, and most of all, he watched. He watched the Franks, those crusaders who had taken Jerusalem in 1099 and carved out their Latin kingdoms across the Levant. He watched the rival emirs of Damascus, Homs, Hama, Muslim princes who cooperated with the Franks when it suited them, who raised armies against one another while the Christian strongholds at Antioch and Tripoli tightened their grip on the land. Nur ad-Din was not naive. He understood that unity was not a virtue in itself. It was a weapon. If Syria was to resist the Crusaders, it could not remain a patchwork of dynasties and jealous fiefdoms. It needed vision, it needed law, and it needed the patience to endure setbacks without unraveling. In the early years of his rule, he moved carefully. He consolidated Aleppo, built alliances with the smaller city-states, and reformed his administration. He emphasized justice, Adel, as the cornerstone of his legitimacy. Unlike other rulers, he sat personally in sessions of public complaint. He insisted on the accountability of his governors. He promoted jurists, scholars, and judges over poets and courtiers. His court became known not for its decadence, but for its clarity. He sponsored the construction of madrasas, schools of Islamic law, where the Quran and the Hadith were taught alongside grammar, logic, and jurisprudence. It was not a sultan's court. It was a school, a tribunal, a fortress of ideas as much as of arms. But he was not only a jurist, he was a soldier. And the army he built was unlike that of his fathers. Nur ad-Din cultivated discipline. He recruited Ghazis, volunteer warriors for the faith, and combined them with Turkish cavalry, Kurdish infantry, and Arab tribal forces. He maintained regular pay. He oversaw the distribution of spoils. He did not encourage looting, for he knew that plunder corrupts discipline, and that the true battle was not for gold, but for hearts and territory. The great turning point came in 1149 at the Battle of Inab. Raymond of Poitiers, the powerful prince of Antioch, marched south to raid Nur ad-Din's territory. Nur responded swiftly, maneuvering his forces with precision, and on June 29th he ambushed Raymond near the town of Inab, not far from the Orontes River. The Latin army was crushed. Raymond was killed, his head delivered to the caliph in Baghdad. The victory was not just military, it was symbolic. For the first time, a Muslim army had decisively defeated a major crusader force on open ground. But Nur ad-Din did not march on Antioch. He did not sack the city or push toward the coast. Instead, he returned to Aleppo and reinforced his base. He understood that a single victory meant little if the foundations of power were weak, and so he built. He built hospitals, bimaristans that served the poor and sick regardless of rank. He built aqueducts and fortifications. He endowed libraries. He strengthened the judicial system and expanded religious endowments. His vision was not a fleeting jihad, but a sustained revival of Islamic governance. Damascus for years remained elusive. It was ruled by the Burid dynasty, nominal allies of Nur ad-Din, but wary of his ambitions. Several times he approached the city. Several times its rulers rebuffed him. But in 1154, after internal dissent and political missteps, Damascus fell. Nur ad-Din entered the city not as a conqueror, but as a restorer. He guaranteed property rights, protected Christians and Jews, and ensured that the transition was bloodless. With Damascus under his control, Nur ad-Din now ruled nearly all of Muslim Syria. From 1154 to 1174, the last 20 years of his life, he governed a state that was not yet an empire, but was something far rarer, a functioning, coherent polity guided by both religious principle and administrative competence. He remained vigilant against crusader raids. He fortified border towns. He negotiated truces when advantageous and broke them when necessary. But his greatest struggle was not with the Franks, it was with complacency. In Egypt, the Fatimid Caliphate was rotting. Once the great rival to the Abbasid caliphs of Baghdad, the Fatimids had become a hollowed shell, weakened by court intrigue and economic decline. When a succession crisis erupted in 1163, both the Crusaders and Nur ad-Din saw opportunity. The Crusaders sought to install a friendly vizier. Nur ad-Din saw the chance to bring Egypt into Sunni orthodoxy and under his protection. He sent one of his lieutenants, a Kurdish general named Shirkuh, into Egypt. With him went Shirkuh's young nephew, Yusuf ibn Ayyub, known to history as Saladin. The campaigns in Egypt were complex, marked by shifting alliances and sudden reversals. At first, the Fatimid elite resisted. Then they accepted Shirkuh as vizier. Then Shirkuh died, and Saladin, by then trusted, competent and deeply ambitious, took his place. Nominally, he served Nur ad-Din. In reality, he was building his own base of power. Nur ad-Din in his last years grew increasingly wary. He recognized Saladin's charisma. He watched as Saladin secured the loyalty of Egypt's army, reformed its institutions, and replaced the Shia call to prayer with the Sunni. He knew that once he died, the allegiance of Egypt would be uncertain, but death came quickly. In 1174, while planning a campaign against the Crusaders, Nur ad-Din fell ill and died in Damascus at the age of 58. He left no empire. He left no heir of strength. His only son was a child. The Zengid state fractured, Mosul under one branch, Aleppo under another. Into that vacuum stepped Saladin. It is Saladin who would become the legend. It is Saladin who would retake Jerusalem in 1187, who would face Richard the Lionheart, who would become the emblem of magnanimity and martial grace in both Islamic and Christian chronicles. But Saladin rose from the foundations laid by Nur ad-Din. It was Nur ad-Din who unified Syria, who restored the legitimacy of the Abbasid Caliphate in the region, who reinvigorated Sunni institutions, who made Damascus a seat of justice and Aleppo a fortress of learning. It was Nur ad-Din who sent the first armies into Egypt. It was Nur ad-Din who proved that the Crusaders could be defeated, not through rage, but through reform. And yet, his name remains less known. Perhaps it is because he lacks drama. He did not fight at Hattin. He did not parley with kings. He did not command armies across continents. But he did something rarer. He governed well. Today, his tomb lies in the Umayyad Mosque of Damascus, a plain stone sarcophagus in a small room where sunlight filters through latticework. Pilgrims still visit. Scholars still cite him. And yet, he remains, in much of the world, a footnote. But to understand the resistance to the Crusades, to understand how Islamic civilization endured through the chaos of the 12th century, one must begin not with Saladin's charge, but with Nur ad-Din's silence. He was not a star that burned brightly and vanished. He was the steady flame that lit the way. The bells in Hamlin rang every morning, their sound carrying through the narrow lanes of timbered houses and over the fields where flax and barley bent in the wind. They rang for mass, for feast days, for weddings and deaths. The town was not large, but it was proud, prosperous in its way, nestled between low hills and the Weser River, a quiet corner of Lower Saxony where the merchants were orderly, the guilds stable, and the stones of the street well worn by the feet of those who had lived there for generations. It was the kind of place where everything was accounted for. Who married whom? Who owed grain for the winter tithes? Who failed to appear before the alderman? And so, when the children vanished, it was written down, not as a fairy tale, not yet, but as a fact. In the year of our Lord, 1284, on the 26th day of June, so the old chronicle says, 130 children of Hamlin disappeared. They were led away, it was said, by a man dressed in many colours, who came into the town piping a tune no one could resist. They followed him through the streets, laughing, dancing. He led them to the edge of the town, and then through the gates, and then they were gone. The detail is as sparse as it is haunting. Later scribes would embroider it, of course. They would add rats, add vengeance, add mountains splitting open and rivers swallowing whole processions. But the oldest records are quiet. No vermin, no plague, only children, a date, and a man who came playing music. The earliest known mention comes from a stained glass window once housed in the church of Hamelin itself, built sometime around the turn of the 14th century, just a generation or two after the event it commemorated. It showed a man in a striped costume leading away a crowd of children, some small, some older, their hands joined, their eyes fixed forward. Beneath the image, no inscription of saints or scripture, only a line noting the exodus of the youth. The window is gone now, shattered in the 17th century, but the records remain. It was real, or at least it was recorded as such. The town chroniclers did not forget. By 1384, a century after the event, they were still counting years from it. It is 100 years since our children left, not since a king's birth, not since a great fire or flood, since the day the children were led away. What could it mean? The stories that have come down to us are familiar in their shape. A town overrun by rats. A mysterious stranger appears, offering to rid the people of the vermin for a price. They agree. He plays his pipe. The rats drown in the river. But when the town refuses to pay, he returns, not with wrath, but with music. And this time it is the children who follow him, out past the gates, into the hills, into the unknown. Versions differ. In some, the mountain opens and seals behind them. In others, only 2 children survive, one blind, one lame, unable to follow, left behind to tell the tale. In still others, the children are not dead, but transported to a new land, to Transylvania or Poland or beyond, where their descendants speak a strange dialect and remember nothing of Germany. What lies beneath this tale? What could have prompted a community to record such a loss with such solemnity, and to wrap it in the trappings of myth? The first layer, perhaps, is memory itself. Medieval towns often preserved the unexplainable not through forensic detail, but through story. When events occurred that did not fit within the confines of known cause, when people vanished, when famine struck, when miracles or tragedies disrupted the order of the world, they were folded into a narrative that gave shape, if not answer. The story of the Pied Piper is not a fiction imposed upon fact. It is what happens when fact becomes unbearable. So what, then, was the fact? Some have argued for plague, that a sickness, perhaps one that spared adults but struck the young, swept through Hamelin in the high summer of 1284. It is not impossible. Europe had known waves of disease before the Great Black Death of 1347. Ergot poisoning, carried by tainted grain, could cause hallucinations, seizures, and death. But the chronicles do not speak of illness. They speak of disappearance. Others suggest emigration, that the children, or rather the youth, teenagers, and young adults, were part of a colonizing movement into the east, that they were led by a recruiter, a locatress, hired by lords in newly conquered Slavic territories to bring German settlers into the frontier, that they marched willingly, seeking land, freedom, or at least food. It would fit the patterns of the time. The Ostsiedlung, the eastern settlement, was reshaping the map of Central Europe. Hamelin was not far from Brunswick, where such expeditions were organized. Perhaps the Piper was a military leader, or a charismatic priest, or simply a man who knew how to persuade. But this explanation, rational though it is, does not account for the tone of the sources. They do not speak of migration, they speak of loss, grief, not pride, vanishing, not adventure. Some have proposed mass death, that the children died in an accident, caught in a landslide, drowned en masse in the Weser, swallowed by a sinkhole or blizzard, that the town, in its mourning, could not bring itself to name the cause, that instead it told of a piper and let the tale speak what the tongue could not. It would explain the solemnity, the window, the counting of years from a wound. But then there is the music. Why music? Why a pipe? Why not a rider, or a soldier, or a storm? Why does the story hinge on sound? It may be that the answer lies not in a single event, but in a confluence. History, memory, fear, and longing woven together over decades until they formed a fabric stronger than fact. The 13th century was an age of shifting borders and uprooted lives. Towns like Hamelin were increasingly enclosed, not just by walls, but by rules, guilds, tithes, curfews, expectations. Childhood, as we think of it, did not exist, yet children were recognized as vulnerable. They were apprentices, heirs, bearers of the town's future. To lose them, not to war or plague, but to something nameless, was to feel the ground give way beneath all that was solid. The piper, in this light, becomes a figure not of malice but of rupture, a threshold. He comes from nowhere, offers release, and walks out again into the hills, with the children trailing behind. He is the lure of elsewhere, of something beyond the order of the town, of a world where the rules no longer hold. Perhaps he is death, perhaps he is migration, perhaps he is simply the oldest part of ourselves, the part that hears the music and cannot help but follow. Over time, the tale changed. It became part of the Brothers Grimm collection. It was softened, given colour and rhyme. A later edition added moral clarity. The townspeople broke their promise. The piper took his revenge. A fable of cause and effect, of justice served. But the earlier versions are harder. The ones without rats, without vengeance, without answers. The ones that ask only, what happened to the children? Even now, Hamelin remembers. There's a street called Bungalowsenstrasse, the street without drums, where music is forbidden in memory of the procession that once passed through. The town reenacts the story each summer. Actors in bright patchwork lead children through the square. There are flutes and parades and laughter, the silence behind the stained glass, the date carved in stone, the bell that rang, and no child answered. Somewhere between history and myth, the piper still walks, not as villain or hero, but as question. And the children, wherever they went, remain just ahead, dancing beyond the bend in the road, their footsteps light on the stones just out of sight. In the dim recesses of the Hofburg Palace treasury in Vienna, among jewelled crowns and gilded armour, rests a long iron spearhead encased in gold and legend. It is cracked and bound with silver, quiet behind glass, but history has never stopped speaking around it. This is the object that generations have called the Holy Lance, the Spear of Destiny, believed by some to be the weapon that pierced the side of Christ as he hung crucified on Golgotha. Others call it a forgery, a talisman of power dressed in myth. Yet whatever its origin, the spear has endured not as an artifact, but as a story, a convergence of faith, empire, and ambition, moving restlessly through centuries of belief and blood. The Gospel of John tells of a Roman soldier who, finding Jesus already dead, thrust a spear into his side to confirm it. Blood and water flowed from the wound. The moment, brief and unembellished, became sacred in Christian memory, a final proof of death, and with it, of sacrifice fulfilled. By the 4th century, relics associated with the Passion began to surface across the Christian world. Nails, thorns, the cross itself. Among them, the lance began to appear, though its provenance was always shadowed. In time, the lance would not only be remembered, but sought. By the time of Constantine, stories abounded. One early tradition claimed that Helena, the emperor's mother, unearthed the lance along with the true cross during her pilgrimage to Jerusalem. Other versions emerged. By the 11th century, during the First Crusade, a Provençal monk named Peter Bartholomew claimed to discover the Holy Lance beneath the floor of the Cathedral of St. Peter in Antioch. The city, under siege, was on the verge of collapse. Peter's vision and his discovery galvanized the Crusaders. The relic was born before them in battle. They broke the Muslim siege and seized the city. To the faithful, the miracle confirmed the lance's power. To skeptics, it was staged to stiffen waning resolve. Peter, later subjected to a trial by ordeal, died from his wounds. The lance remained. But this was not the only spear. In Jerusalem, the Armenian church claimed another. In Constantinople, yet another emerged, a lance head preserved among imperial relics, later looted by crusaders in 1204. That fragment eventually made its way to Paris, to the Sainte-Chapelle, before vanishing during the Revolution. In Rome, the Vatican guarded still another piece, said to be from the lance, brought by Longinus himself, the Roman soldier who, according to tradition, converted at the cross. His spear, like his story, grew luminous in time. And then there is the spear in Vienna. Its documented history begins in the 8th century, when it appears among the regalia of the Holy Roman Emperors. Charlemagne is said to have borne it into battle. Otto the Great carried it at the Battle of Lechfeld. For centuries it passed from emperor to emperor as a symbol of divine favour and temporal might. It came to be seen not merely as a relic, but as a sceptre, a marker of Christian kingship, connecting the rule of men to the death of Christ. In its iron form lay the thread between empire and eternity. By the 19th century, the spear had moved to Vienna, where the Habsburgs guarded it as part of their imperial legacy. There it remained, a quiet inheritance until myth awoke around it once more. In the early 20th century, the spear found a new kind of devotee. Adolf Hitler, then a struggling artist in Vienna, is said to have stood before the spear for hours, transfixed. The tale, hard to verify, often retold, claims that he believed it held the key to power, that whosoever possessed it would shape the world. Later, after the annexation of Austria, the spear was transferred to Nuremberg, cradle of Nazi pageantry. There, in the vaults beneath the city, it remained until the war's end. In 1945, American forces recovered it and returned it to Vienna. The Third Reich collapsed. The story, however, endured. Why does the myth persist? The answer lies not in the iron, but in what we project onto it. The Holy Lance offers a kind of cosmic symmetry, an object of violence transformed into a symbol of redemption. It is both relic and weapon, both sacrament and sword. It bridges worlds, pagan Rome and Christian sanctity, the death of a man and the birth of a faith, the rule of emperors and the yearning of mystics. The multiplicity of lances does not weaken the myth, it strengthens it. Each version becomes a variation on a theme, a way for different traditions to claim proximity to the divine. In an age without centralized verification, authenticity was as much a matter of devotion as of documentation. The lance one carried into battle was the real one because it inspired real courage. The relic venerated in a cathedral was genuine because prayers around it were sincerely offered. And beneath it all lies a deeper truth, that relics, real or not, become vessels of collective memory. They hold our fears, our hopes, our need to believe that something tangible links us to the transcendent. The Holy Lance, cracked and bound, speaks to the fragility of that connection. It is not a smooth artifact. It is wounded, like the body it pierced. It survives because it is imperfect, and because it promises power in a world where power so often feels cruelly arbitrary. Today, visitors to the Hofburg peer through glass at the lance. They see a relic tied to emperors and legends, to crusades and catastrophes. They photograph it. They wonder, is it the true spear? Perhaps not. Perhaps none of them are. But perhaps that question too misses the point. The Holy Lance survives not because it is verified, but because it is venerated. It endures because for centuries people have looked upon it and seen more than iron. They have seen destiny, and in that gaze, belief becomes history. The relic remains, silent, inert. Yet in its shadow, kingdoms have risen, battles have been fought, and myths have taken root deeper than steel. In the spring of 1378, as the heat began to gather in the cobbled alleys of Rome, and the scent of orange blossom drifted over the rooftops, a crowd swelled at the gates of the Vatican, their mood raw and uncertain. The death of Pope Gregory XI had left the city without a pontiff, and now the College of Cardinals, mostly French, mostly weary, had gathered to elect his successor. For weeks they had lingered in indecision. bound by tradition and intrigue, locked behind walls in the conclave chamber, while the people of Rome pressed in from without. The atmosphere had turned tense. Shouts rose up from the streets demanding a Roman pope, or at least an Italian one. The city had tolerated foreign pontiffs for too long, and now the mood had shifted. Torches glinted in alleyways, stones were lifted in clenched fists, guards stood double watch, and in the shadows of the basilica the college made its choice. They chose Bartolomeo Prignano, the Archbishop of Bari. He was a Neapolitan, not Roman, but at least he was Italian, and for the crowd beyond the walls, that was enough, for the moment. Prignano took the name Urban VI, and with it, the burden of unity in a church already splintering along unseen lines. Within weeks, those fractures would widen, and in time they would become a schism so deep that Christendom itself would seem to tilt on its axis, its most sacred offices caught in a crisis of legitimacy with no clear path to resolution. For nearly 40 years, from 1378 to 1417, the Catholic Church existed in a state of division, not philosophical nor liturgical, but structural. There were 2 popes, then 3, and each, cloaked in the mantle of Peter, claimed to be the one true pontiff, the vicar of Christ, the heir to apostolic authority. Entire kingdoms chose sides, cardinals excommunicated one another, councils convened and collapsed, and across the cities and monasteries of Europe, the faithful were left to watch a church that had once claimed to be indivisible fracture in public view. The roots of the crisis reached back into the century before, when the papacy abandoned Rome for the safety and opulence of Avignon. In 1309, Pope Clement V, under pressure from Philip IV to France, relocated the papal court from Rome to Avignon. The city, nestled on the banks of the Rhone, was under the nominal control of the Kingdom of Naples, but was, in effect, a French satellite. There, over the course of 7 successive popes, each French, each increasingly aligned with the interests of the French crown, the papacy took on the air of a royal court. The Avignon papacy was efficient, centralized, and well-financed, thanks to the refinement of ecclesiastical taxation. But it was also insular, opaque, and in the eyes of many, compromised. Critics called it the Babylonian captivity of the Church, likening the exile of the papacy from Rome to the ancient captivity of the Israelites. By the 1370s, discontent had mounted. The prestige of Rome had waned, and with it, the authority of the papacy. The Holy Roman Empire looked increasingly toward local bishops. England, embroiled in conflict with France, resented papal taxes that seemed to fund its enemy. In the German and Italian principalities, local rulers began to assert independence from papal oversight. And in the city of Rome itself, resentment grew against the absentee pontiffs, who drew wealth from the city but left its streets in disrepair, its basilicas neglected, its relics untended. Gregory XI, the last of the Avignon popes, finally returned to Rome in 1377, urged on by figures such as Catherine of Siena, who pleaded for the Pope to reclaim the sacred soil of Peter and Paul. But his return was brief. He died the following year, and with his death came the conclave that would set the schism in motion. Urban VI, though initially welcomed, quickly proved divisive. His election, conducted under the pressure of Roman mobs, was considered valid by most, but his temperament alienated even his supporters. He was austere, prone to outbursts, contemptuous of the cardinals who had elevated him. Within months, many of those same cardinals, now fearing for their safety and regretting their decision, fled Rome and reconvened in Anagni, where they declared Urban's election invalid on the grounds of coercion. They then elected a new pope, Robert of Geneva, who took the name Clement VII and returned to Avignon. Christendom now had 2 popes. Urban VI remained in Rome. Clement VII reigned from Avignon. Each excommunicated the other. Each appointed new cardinals. Each claimed apostolic continuity. And beneath the weight of these rival claims, the Church began to fracture. Europe split along largely political lines. France, unsurprisingly, supported the Avignon Pope, So did Scotland, Naples, and Aragon. England, still locked in conflict with France, supported Rome. So did the Holy Roman Empire, Poland, Hungary, and most of the northern Italian city-states. But these lines were not permanent. They shifted with dynastic marriages, with papal diplomacy, with the movement of armies and the ebb of fortunes. And behind every change lay a deeper question, unanswered and unanswerable, of where true legitimacy lay. The faithful, meanwhile, were left in a state of bewilderment. Which pope held the keys to heaven? Whose indulgences counted? Whose excommunications bound? In villages across Europe, priests struggled to explain to their flocks why two men, each claiming the voice of God, condemned each other as impostors. Theological confusion seeped into every corner of the faith. Trust in the papacy eroded. Satirical songs and bitter pamphlets multiplied. Some theologians argued that neither pope was valid, others that both were, in some paradoxical sense, partial vessels of divine will. A few began to whisper that perhaps the Church had never been infallible to begin with. As the years passed, the crisis deepened. Urban VI died in 1389 and was succeeded in Rome by Boniface IX, then Innocent VII, then Gregory XII. In Avignon, Clement VII was succeeded by Benedict XIII. Each line maintained its own bureaucracy, its own ambassadors, its own canon law. The structure of the Church doubled. Competing papacies issued bulls, granted benefices, heard appeals, and in doing so, they drained resources, strained alliances, and accelerated the drift toward disillusionment. Efforts at resolution were made, but failed. Diplomats negotiated, councils were proposed, treaties sketched and abandoned. Some cardinals defected from one camp to another. Others advocated for a mass resignation, both popes stepping down simultaneously to allow for a unified election. But pride, doctrine, and the inertia of power thwarted compromise. Then, in 1409, the cardinals of both obediences attempted a radical solution. They met in Pisa, a city then aligned with reformist currents, and convened a council. There they declared both the Roman Pope, then Gregory XII, and the Avignon Pope, Benedict XIII, deposed on the grounds of schism and intractability. In their place, they elected a third pope, Alexander V. Rather than resolve the crisis, the Council of Pisa deepened it. Gregory and Benedict refused to abdicate. Alexander was recognized by a new bloc of supporters, but not universally. The Church now had three popes. Each held a court, issued decrees, claimed authority. The schism had entered a new and more surreal phase. It would take nearly a decade more for resolution to come. In 1414, under the sponsorship of the German King Sigismund, a new council convened at Constance, on the shores of Lake Constance in present-day Switzerland. This council, unlike those before it, had wider representation, bishops, theologians, envoys from across Europe, and it possessed a clarity of purpose that had eluded earlier efforts. The schism must end, reform must begin, the Church must be made whole. The Council of Constance moved with deliberation. First, it secured the resignation of Gregory XII, the Roman Pope, who stepped down voluntarily in 1415. Then it condemned John III, successor to Alexander V and claimant of the Pisan line, who had attempted to flee but was captured and imprisoned. Benedict XIII, the Avignon Pope, remained defiant, ensconced in his mountain fortress in Spain, but his support dwindled. One by one, his backers abandoned him. He was declared deposed in absentia. Finally, in 1417, the council elected a new pope, Martin V, who was recognized by the vast majority of Christendom. The schism was over, but the damage remained. The Great Schism had exposed the fault lines in the structure of the Church, not doctrinal, but institutional. It had revealed how closely the papacy was tied to secular power, how vulnerable it was to political manipulation, how easily its claims to spiritual authority could be undermined by the spectacle of divided leadership. For nearly 40 years, the Church had lived with contradiction at its centre, and even though it emerged formally reunited, it would never fully regain the moral certainty it once possessed. In the decades to come, the calls for reform would grow louder. The conciliar movement, born at Constance, would challenge papal supremacy, arguing that councils held higher authority than any individual pontiff. Humanists would question the foundations of church hierarchy, and in time, these currents would swell into the broader upheavals of the 16th century, when Luther, Zwingli and Calvin would challenge not only the corruption of the church, but its very claims to exclusive truth. The Great Schism did not cause the Reformation, but it cleared a path for it. It left behind a church visibly weakened, visibly fallible, and visibly shaped by the temporal ambitions of men, and it reminded the faithful and the cynical alike that even the holiest of institutions, once fractured, cannot be easily made whole. In the long centuries that stretch between the fall of Rome and the rise of modern nation-states, much of Europe imagined itself locked in a struggle between the forces of light and shadow, faith and heresy, salvation and perdition. To the south, armies marched toward Jerusalem under the banner of the cross, carving fragile kingdoms into Levantine dust. But to the north, beyond the trading ports of the Hanseatic League, past the reaches of Latin Christendom, into the dense, whispering woods of the Baltic, another kind of crusade unfolded. It was not sung of by troubadours. It left behind no romantic legend of knights and Saracens. But it lasted longer, killed more quietly, and erased more thoroughly. This was the Baltic Crusade. To the missionaries who wrote the chronicles, the lands beyond the Vistula were a darkness waiting to be dispelled. Here dwelled the last pagans of Europe, tribes whose gods wore no robes, whose temples were groves and stones, whose rituals flowed with blood beneath the moon. Prussians, Latgalians, Curonians, Samogitians, Salonians, Estonians and Lithuanians, names now half lost or absorbed into modern boundaries, kept to the old ways, the old songs. Their gods had no scripture. Their myths were never bound in vellum. They survived only in voice, in firelight, in the hush of trees older than cities. When Pope Celestine III in 1193 declared the Northern Crusades part of the same holy war as those in the Levant, the bloodletting began with papal blessing. Knights from Saxony and Denmark, from Livonia and Brandenburg, turned their swords not toward Jerusalem, but toward the inland sea of the Baltic, where trade routes ran thick with amber and fish, and where Christ had not yet been enthroned. The Teutonic Order, expelled from the Holy Land after the fall of Acre in 1291, found in the Baltic a new frontier for conquest. Granted lands and privileges by emperors and popes, they established a theocratic state along the southern Baltic coast. Their castles, brick and bastion, iron and altar, rose over rivers and forests, monuments to a war that was both spiritual and bureaucratic. Their ideology was absolute, conversion or death. In practice, the former often meant the latter. Baptism came with shackles. The Prussians were among the first to be broken. Once a loose confederation of clans inhabiting the dense forests between the Vistula and Neman rivers, they resisted fiercely. For decades, their resistance burned from village to village, led by chieftains who invoked gods like Pacunas and Patrimpo. But they lacked the organization of their foes. The Teutonic knights, armored and professional, backed by papal indulgences and German logistics, ground them down. By the late 13th century, the old Prussian language began to vanish. By the 17th, it was gone. In Livonia, modern-day Latvia and Estonia, a similar war played out. The Livonian Brothers of the Sword, a crusading order established in 1202, fought alongside German merchants and Danish lords to subjugate the region. They built churches where sacred groves had stood, turned tribal hill forts into garrisons, and recast the pantheon of local spirits as demons and devils. Pagan resistance flared and was crushed. The Chronicle of Henry of Livonia, one of the primary sources of the time, records massacres with the bland detachment of divine triumph. Yet not all succumbed so easily. East of the Teutonic state, in the marshes and forests of Lithuania, resistance calcified into a kingdom. The Lithuanians were warriors, fierce and mobile, their society built around cavalry raids and clan alliances. They watched as their neighbours were swallowed and learned. By the early 14th century, they had forged a polity large enough to contest the Crusaders. Under the Zengid Dynasty, Lithuania extended from the Baltic to the Black Sea, absorbing Ruthenian lands and becoming improbably the last great pagan power in Europe. Their gods were stubborn, their stones refused to fall. For decades, the Lithuanians resisted Christianization through both arms and diplomacy. They played Catholic against Orthodox, Teuton against Pole. Grand Duke Gediminas corresponded with the Pope, toyed with conversion, then withdrew. His successors did the same. Meanwhile, the Teutonic Order intensified its attacks, portraying Lithuania as the ultimate heretical threat. The campaigns were brutal, cyclical, and unresolved. It was not until 1386, with the marriage of Grand Duke Jogaila to the Polish Queen Jadwiga, that the conversion came. Jogaila accepted baptism, became Władysław II Jagiełło, and merged Lithuania with the Catholic world. But the conversion was top-down. Many Lithuanians clung to their rites, performed dual observances, or retreated deeper into the forests. The last recorded pagan sacrifice in Lithuania took place in the 15th century. What was lost is difficult to measure. The Baltic languages survived in fragments, but entire dialects vanished. Oral traditions, unrecorded, faded with the generations. Sacred sites were desecrated, renamed, paved. The gods of the forest were recast as goblins or devils. Myth dissolved into folktale into obscurity, and yet the ruins remain. Along the banks of the Niemen, on islands in the Daugava, among the pines of Samagitia, the remnants of fortresses crumble beneath moss. Stones once erected to mark the sun's return in winter lie half-buried, and in village festivals, in the cadence of lullabies, in the patterns woven into cloth, traces persist. The Baltic Crusades were not an isolated event, but a systemic project, a centuries-long campaign of cultural erasure masquerading as salvation. It was colonization wrapped in liturgy, conquest cloaked in conversion. It forged the outlines of modern northeastern Europe, established trade routes, and enabled the rise of states. But it did so by grinding down a world older than Rome. Today, the Prussians are a memory. The old Curonian tongue is extinct. The sacred groves are gone. But the silence they left behind is instructive. It reminds that Christendom did not arrive all at once, and not without blood. It reminds that the borderlands were not empty, but inhabited by people with their own gods, laws, and cosmologies. And it reminds that history, like forest soil, holds roots long after the tree is felled. In museum cases and archaeological footnotes, in reconstructed chants and reconstructed shrines, the echoes return. They are faint but insistent. They tell of a Europe that was not always Christian, that worshipped in grove and glade, that was, for a time, not ruled by Rome but by rain and flame and stone, and they ask, gently but unyieldingly, to be remembered. At the heart of Castile, where ochre plains stretch beneath a sky vast and bruised with dust, the name Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar still moves with the wind like a half-remembered oath. He was born into the age of iron faith and fractured loyalties, when Spain was not yet Spain, but a patchwork of Christian kingdoms and Muslim Taifas, of mercenaries and monks, of soldiers who prayed with their swords and rulers who slept in shadowed doubt. To call him merely a hero, a villain, or a traitor is to mistake the nature of the time itself. He was all of these and none. Rodrigo Diaz was a man of the 11th century, its instrument and its mirror, and like the age he came to define, he left behind more legend than certainty. He was born around 1043 in Vivar, a small hamlet north of Burgos, into the lesser nobility of Castile. His father, Diego Lainez, was a minor courtier, part of the turbulent aristocracy that served King Ferdinand I. Rodrigo's early years unfolded in a court riven by ambition and divided by kinship. He was educated in letters and warfare, trained in the arts of riding and swordplay, of rhetoric and loyalty. The Castilian court, like many in medieval Iberia, was bilingual and bicultural. Arabic was heard as often as Latin. The sciences of Al-Andalus passed in quiet conversation between scholars and soldiers alike. It was in this world that Rodrigo came of age, a world where borders were drawn in sand and erased in blood. Rodrigo entered history's gaze as the standard-bearer of Sancho II, eldest son of Ferdinand. He rose quickly, not by blood, but by skill. His blade earned him the title Campeador, champion, the one who fights and wins in the single combat. It was not an honour lightly given. When Ferdinand died in 1065, his realm was split among his sons. Sancho took Castile, Alfonso received Leon, Garcia held Galicia. The division, as always, led to war. Rodrigo stood with Sancho as he pressed claims against his brothers. In battle, Rodrigo was brutal and precise. His tactics favoured encirclement, ambush, the wearing down of pride before the final strike. He fought not for faith but for Sancho, and perhaps for a future where the sword he bore might carve out something larger than a fractured inheritance. In 1072, Sancho laid siege to Zamora, a city held by his sister Urraca, loyal to Alfonso. The siege dragged on. Treachery flourished in the margins. Sancho was assassinated. Rodrigo, stunned but not undone, soon found himself before Alfonso, the new and now sole king. The moment is one of legend, that Rodrigo, at the head of Castilian nobles, forced Alfonso to swear he had no part in Sancho's death. The oath, taken in solemn ceremony, burned with insult. Alfonso never forgave it. Though Rodrigo remained in royal service, his favour waned. In 1081, accused of unauthorised raids and political defiance, Rodrigo was exiled. It was in exile that the man became myth. Stripped of patronage, Rodrigo did not fade. He turned to Valencia, to Zaragoza, to the Muslim Taifas where the politics were no less Byzantine and loyalty no less fluid. He offered his sword to Al-Muqtadir of Zaragoza and later to his son Al-Mutamin. The Muslim rulers accepted. For them, Rodrigo, soon to be known by his Arabic title Al-Sayyid, the Lord, El Cid, was a Christian condottiero, a commander whose martial value outweighed religious division. El Cid fought their enemies, be they Muslim or Christian, with equal ferocity. He studied Arabic, governed multi-religious cities, enforced truce and tribute. In this, he was not unique. The Iberian Peninsula in that time was defined by what scholars would later call convivencia, coexistence not of peace, but of proximity. War was constant, but alliances crossed faith. The mosque stood beside the church, not in tolerance, but in necessity. By the mid-1080s, El Cid was perhaps the most dangerous man in Iberia, not because of ideology, but because of independence. Alfonso, embroiled in wars against the Almoravids, a puritanical Berber dynasty from North Africa, found El Cid's autonomy intolerable. Yet, he could not destroy him. The king needed him, even if he despised him. In 1087, Alfonso recalled El Cid to his service. The peace was brittle, it did not last. By 1089, El Cid was once again in exile, accused of failing to appear for campaign. He returned to Valencia, this time not as servant but as sovereign. The conquest of Valencia was not swift. From 1092 to 1094, El Cid waged a campaign of attrition. He besieged, starved, and negotiated. In 1094, he entered the city as its ruler. He did not massacre its inhabitants. He did not raze its mosques. Instead, he ruled as a pragmatist. The city's Muslim population remained. Christian settlers arrived. Governance mixed Islamic administration with Christian overlordship. Taxes flowed. Stability held. For 5 years, El Cid governed Valencia not as a puppet, but as a prince. His court was multi-ethnic, multilingual, and politically precarious. He fended off Almoravid attacks, navigated Castilian intrigues, and maintained a delicate balance between power and peace. His wife, Jimena, joined him. Their children married into noble lines. Valencia, for a brief moment, became a hinge between worlds, but it could not last. In 1099, El Cid died. His body, legend claims, was clad in armour, placed upright upon his horse Babieca, and ridden one last time into battle to inspire his men. The truth is more solemn. He died not in battle, but in bed. Jimena held the city for 2 more years. In 1102, under relentless Almoravid assault and lacking support from Alfonso, she abandoned Valencia. The city fell. The mosque bells were silenced. The Reconquista would continue, but El Cid's chapter had closed. After death, he became something else entirely. The Poema de Mio Cid, written decades later, recast him as the perfect Christian knight, betrayed by kings, vindicated by God, triumphant over the infidel. The poem is stirring, but not accurate. It erases his Muslim allies, his service to Taifas, his pragmatism. It makes him symbol. Later centuries would claim him. Castilian nationalists, imperial chroniclers, even fascist regimes. His bones, exhumed, reburied and paraded, became instruments of memory. Yet the real Rodrigo Diaz remains more elusive and more human. He was not a crusader. He was not a loyalist. He was a man of frontiers, between kingdoms, between faiths, between past and future. He understood that power was not given, but taken, and that governance required more than banners and prayers. He treated allies with respect, enemies with calculation, and his own legend with indifference. Today, the statue of El Cid in Burgos rides high above the city, sword raised, gaze fixed beyond the horizon. It is a monument to motion, not arrival. Below, the city moves on. Tourists read placards. Scholars revise texts. And somewhere in the dust and wind of Castile, the echo of hooves returns. El Cid endures not because he was pure, but because he was real. In an age of holy war, he chose allegiance by necessity. In a world of rigid categories, he moved between them. He reminds us that identity, like history, is rarely clean. It is contested ground. And sometimes the truest victories are those that come not with flags, but with the quiet governance of a city where the mosque still stood, and the bells still rang, and the people remembered not the creed of their ruler, but the fairness of his rule. The river Nahe flows quietly through the Rhineland, curling past vineyards and wooded slopes where mist clings to the branches long after sunrise. Beneath the canopy of fir and oak, fields give way to abbey walls, their stone soars warmed by centuries of monastic breath. The hills rise softly here, green and orderly, but in the 12th century, this calm landscape held within it a voice that rang out across the chanceries of kings and the chancels of cathedrals. It belonged to a woman, cloistered yet uncontainable, whose visions pierced beyond the veil of the known world. Her name was Hildegard of Bingen. She was born in 1098, the 10th child of a noble family, and offered as a tithe to God while still a child. This was not uncommon in the Rhineland nobility, where younger daughters were given to the church as gifts or obligations. Hildegard was sent to the care of Jutta of Sponheim, an anchorite enclosed at the Benedictine monastery of Disibodenberg. There, in a narrow cell built against the monastery wall, Jutta lived in contemplative silence, guiding Hildegard in the rule of St. Benedict, the Psalms, and Latin letters. It was a life of prayer and penitence, but for Hildegard it was also the ground from which visions would rise. She later wrote that from her earliest years she saw light, not with the eyes of the flesh, but in the mind. This light shimmered through reality like a hidden fire behind a curtain. It was not hallucination, she insisted, nor dream, but a clarity that flooded her soul. She kept silent for decades, fearing censure, fearing madness, fearing God. Only when Jutta died in 1136 and Hildegard was elected magistra by the other nuns did her visions begin to find shape in words. She called her first major work Scivias, Know the Ways. It was not a mere collection of visions, but a cosmology, 26 intricate illuminations interwoven with prose and poetry that revealed, she said, the entirety of creation's arc, from fall to redemption. The images were strange, elemental, wheels of flame, rivers of light, women crowned with stars, monstrous beasts gnawing at the limbs of a radiant church. They were not easy allegories. They defied neat interpretation, yet they stirred something ancient in the hearts of her contemporaries, as if they spoke a forgotten language. In 1147, with trepidation, Hildegard sent part of Scivias to Bernard of Clairvaux, the most revered spiritual figure in Europe. Bernard, austere and brilliant, had the ear of Pope Eugenius III, and to Hildegard's astonishment, he replied not with censure, but admiration. The Pope himself read her visions aloud at the Synod of Trier and authorized her to continue. With this sanction, Hildegard stepped into a public voice rarely permitted to women, and she did not retreat. In the years that followed, Hildegard wrote treatises on medicine, botany, and the natural world. Her Physica and Causae et Curae catalogued the healing properties of plants, stones, and animals. She spoke of the humours of bile and blood, of herbs that soothed the mind and poultices that drew out fevers. But her science was never severed from spirit. The natural world, she believed, was the second book of God, a mirror of divine order. To heal the body was to honour its harmony with creation. She also composed music. Over 70 works for voice and chant, gathered in the Symphonia Harmonia Celestium Revelationum. Her melodies soared beyond the standard plainsong, leaping into ecstatic intervals that mirrored the divine fire she claimed to hear. These were not modest chants for liturgical duty. They were hymns of cosmic yearning, luminous and strange. O vis eternitatis, she wrote, O power within eternity. Her compositions were performed by her nuns, their voices rising within stone walls like smoke toward heaven. Hildegard did not merely write, she governed. In 1150, she moved her growing community of women from Dissebodenberg to a new monastery at Rupertsberg near Bingen, on the banks of the Rhine. This was not a quiet transfer. The monks at Dissebodenberg resisted. The women were their prestige and their income. Hildegard held fast. She claimed divine command, endured illness, wrote letters to the archbishop. At last, she prevailed. Rupertsberg was founded under her rule, and later a second house across the river at Eibingen. From these abbeys she corresponded with emperors, bishops, and peasants alike. Her letters survive, over 300. They are sharp, urgent, often scolding. She rebuked Frederick Barbarossa for meddling in church affairs. She chastised wayward abbots for laxity. She advised widows on grief and knights on virtue. She called out corruption in the episcopate, prophesied schism, and denounced antinomian sects. Her authority came not from office, but from vision. She called herself a feather on the breath of God, yet spoke with a firmness that bent kings, and always behind her writing pulsed the visions. She described them as light, the living light that showed her not just images but understanding. This light, she said, revealed the lumen supremae veritatis, the brightness of supreme truth. In one vision, she saw the church as a woman clothed in gold, her face smeared with dust by the sins of her clergy. In another, she saw the cosmos as a wheel of stars turning in harmony, the soul at its centre, radiant and free. Her final work, Liber Divinorum Operum, the Book of Divine Works, was the most ambitious. Written in her 70s, it weaves together theology, natural philosophy, and anthropology into a vision of the human being as microcosm, a mirror of the universe. She speaks of the viriditas, the greening power of life, a divine vitality that infuses all living things. In her vision, salvation is not a rescue from the world, but a flowering within it. Hildegard died in 1179 at the age of 81. Her nuns recorded that a great light was seen over her room at the hour of death. She was buried at Rupertsberg, though her relics were later moved to Eibingen. For centuries, her name faded into the shadows of monastic history. Her music, too complex for regular chant, fell out of use. Her visions, written in medieval Latin and wrapped in apocalyptic imagery, grew obscure, but she did not vanish. In the 20th century, her music was rediscovered by scholars and performers. Her visions found resonance in feminist theology, in ecological spirituality, in the search for a sacred cosmology. In 2012, Pope Benedict XVI declared her a Doctor of the Church, one of only 4 women to bear the title. Today, her chants echo in cathedrals once more. Her images adorn the walls of libraries. Her fierce, luminous voice speaks again. And what remains, more than the facts of her life, is the quality of her presence, rooted, radiant, visionary. A woman who saw the world not as static doctrine or inert matter, but as a living tapestry shot through with light. A woman who defied the confines of her station, not by rebellion, but by speaking from a place beyond authority. A woman who believed against the shadows of her age that creation was good, that the soul was vast, and that truth still burned if one had eyes to see it. In the hills above Bingen, the vineyards still flourish, the river still winds, and somewhere above the cloister stones, the echo of a song remains, not sung for court or cathedral, but for the sky, for the soul, and for the source of all living fire. In the cloisters of Rus, where winter seeped through the stones and the scent of ink clung to the air like incense, there once sat a man whose mind stretched so far beyond his century that his name, though written into papal regalia, would return in whispers as myth. Gerbert of Aurillac was born in the shadows of the Auvergne Mountains around 946, in a world still shivering from the long collapse of Roman order. His youth unfolded in an age of dimmed knowledge, when the great libraries of Alexandria and Constantinople were distant rumours, and when the men of the Latin Church, for all their authority, struggled even to reckon the calendar with certainty. It was an age of warriors and abbots, of monastic bells and Viking raids, of manuscripts guarded more jealously than relics. Yet into that fractured world Gerbert brought something few others dared, a hunger not just for holiness, but for understanding. He began as a monk at Aurillac, a Benedictine house nestled deep in what was then the Carolingian hinterland. There, amid psalters and canon law, he showed signs of unusual promise. His questions disturbed some, intrigued others. In 967, Count Borrell VI of Barcelona, visiting the monastery, saw in Gerbert something rare and took him south into the marches of Spain, into lands where Christian and Muslim kingdoms overlapped like ink on a reused parchment. There in Catalonia, Gerbert encountered a different world, one of scientific texts preserved in Arabic, of instruments crafted with precision, of scholars who spoke of numbers not as abstractions, but as keys to the movement of stars. He may have studied at the monastery of Santa Maria de Ripoll, or even further afield under the tutelage of Muslim scholars in Cordoba. Records are scarce, but his writings betray influence. He learned the abacus, the astrolabe, the armillary sphere. He grasped the Hindu-Arabic numerals that would one day replace the cumbersome Roman script. He touched the pulse of a knowledge system that Europe had long forgotten. Algebra, astronomy, geometry unclouded by allegory. When he returned north, he carried more than manuscripts. He carried an intellectual revolution, invisible at first, but seismic in its consequence. In Rus, where Archbishop Adalbero took him as a protégé, Gerbert began to teach. He taught logic not as rote syllogism, but as living inquiry. He taught mathematics as the language of the cosmos. He constructed globes, devised measuring instruments, demonstrated the movement of celestial bodies using devices unknown in Frankish lands. His reputation grew. Students came from across Christendom to learn from the man who spoke of things beyond the reach of even noble blood. He entered the court of Otto the Great, advised emperors, corresponded with scholars as far as Baghdad, and in the margins of power he stepped into the treacherous current of ecclesiastical politics. He was made abbot of Bobbio, a post riven with feuds. He manoeuvred through the fractious corridors of Roman power. By the year 999, amid imperial favour and clerical intrigue, he was elected pope, taking the name Sylvester II, in echo of the pope who had once crowned Constantine. It was a name heavy with symbolism, a pope aligned not with the decaying aristocracy of Rome, but with the rising imperial ideal of the Ottonians. A pope not of retreat but of restoration. His pontificate was short, 4 years, a breath in papal annals, but dense. He promoted reform in the church, condemned simony, encouraged learning among clergy. He dreamed of a church governed by reason as well as revelation. He saw no contradiction between the quadrivium and the creed. But not everyone shared his vision. Whispers followed him into the Lateran. They said he had studied with Saracens, that he had built a bronze head that answered questions with yes or no, that he consorted with demons, that he had made a pact for knowledge. The same instruments that awed his students frightened the bishops. The same numerals that could predict eclipses seemed to others like signs wrested from forbidden realms. When he died in 1003, some said the devils came for him. Others claimed his tomb sweated before the death of a pope. His body, when later exhumed, was found incorrupt. Or so the legend said. The truth is harder, quieter. Gerbert was no sorcerer. He was a man who saw beyond the scaffolding of his time and reached, however briefly, for a synthesis of faith and reason. He understood that numbers could speak of the divine, that the stars could declare the glory of God through mathematics as surely as through psalms. He sought not to replace the sacred, but to illuminate it. Yet history remembers not only achievement but its reaction. In a world where mystery was meant to reside in incense and relics, Gerbert's understanding of the stars was too precise, his globe turned too smoothly, his mind moved too fast. And so, myth grew in the gaps left by comprehension. They called him a magician because they could not imagine a monk who knew more than his superiors. They named him heretic because they feared a pope who thought in numbers. In the centuries that followed, as Europe slowly embraced the very tools he introduced, the numerals, the instruments, the logic, Gerbert faded from memory. His name remained in marginalia, in the foundations of cathedral schools, in the preface of forgotten treatises. He had no canonization, no order of followers, no feast day. But without him, the Renaissance that would dawn 500 years later might have burned less brightly. Today, in the archives of the Vatican, there remain letters in his hand, elegant, precise, eager for exchange. They speak of scholarship, not sorcery, of a world not yet born, but desperately needed. And in those lines, the voice of Gerbert can still be heard, steady, curious, and utterly alone in his time. He was the first French pope. He was the first pope to have looked through an astrolabe and seen not danger, but possibility. He was a man who believed the divine could be measured, not to diminish it, but to honour it more truly. He was both revered and feared. Gerbert of Aurillac died as Pope Sylvester II, a name echoing empire, crowned in controversy, wrapped in legend. But he lived as something rarer still, a bridge in an age of boundaries, a mind that moved ahead of the age that housed it. And if the brass head ever spoke, it likely said only what Gerbert himself had known all along, that knowledge, when pursued with humility, needs no magic to be magnificent. The wind moves unhindered across the plateau where Annie once stood, carrying with it a silence that stretches unbroken across centuries. Here, above the gorge of the Akurian River, on a rocky outcrop that straddles the edge of eastern Anatolia and the shadow of the Armenian highlands, the past lies exposed to sun and frost. Crumbling basalt walls, pierced by empty windows, rise in mute procession over the dry grass. Stones carved with crosses and forgotten script lean where once they anchored domes. A cathedral, roofless now, still cast shadows over the bones of a city that once rivaled the great capitals of the medieval world. In its time, Ani was known as the City of 1001 Churches. Today, there are no bells. Ani's beginnings were modest. The first mention of the city appears in Armenian sources in the 5th century, when it was little more than a hilltop fortress in the region of Shirak. Strategically perched near the Silk Road, it overlooked the fertile plains of the Kars region and commanded the river crossing between the Armenian Plateau and the Caucasus. It was not the first to rise on these heights. The Urartians had come before and others before them, but by the 9th century, Ani began to grow beyond its role as a frontier stronghold. The turning point came with the Bagratuni dynasty, a noble house of Armenian kings who sought to carve a new seat of power, one unburdened by the limitations of older cities like Dvin. Around 961, King Ashot III moved the Armenian capital to Ani. From that moment, the city grew with astonishing speed and confidence. Fortifications were expanded, churches and palaces rose in clusters, streets were laid in stone, merchants arrived with camels laden with silk and saffron, pilgrims walked dusty roads to visit the relics housed in monastic vaults, diplomats rode from Byzantium and Baghdad. Ani had become not just a city, but a statement, a declaration of Armenian sovereignty and cultural brilliance. In the space of a few generations, Ani became one of the most populous and architecturally ambitious cities in the region. Contemporary chronicles describe it in terms usually reserved for imperial capitals: wide boulevards, multi-storied houses, shaded courtyards, public fountains fed by aqueducts, markets filled with textiles and spices. At its height in the 11th century, Ani may have housed as many as 100,000 people, a figure remarkable for a mountain city far from the Mediterranean ports. It was protected by double walls, strengthened by towers, and entered through the Lion Gate, an arch flanked by reliefs of the city's coat of arms. The outer walls alone stretched over 2 miles, following the contours of the cliff and the plain, their stonework so precise that even today, the seams between blocks remain tight. But it was Ani's churches that defined it. Built from the region's volcanic tuff, a stone that ranged in hue from rose to ochre to deep grey, these churches were not merely places of worship, but acts of faith carved in stone. They rose with pointed domes and barrel vaults, their facades adorned with blind arcades, rosettes, and reliefs of saints and warriors. Some were chapels no larger than a cottage. Others, like the Cathedral of Ani, were architectural masterpieces. The cathedral, begun in the late 10th century by the architect Turdat, was a structure of solemn beauty. Its tall nave and aisled plan echoed the basilicas of Rome, yet it bore the unmistakable signature of Armenian craftsmanship. The ribs of its pointed arches would later be cited by scholars as precursors to Gothic design in Europe. It stood, then as now, as a quiet marvel, not ostentatious but deliberate. Its dome collapsed in an earthquake, but its walls still rise with purpose. Nearby stood the Church of the Redeemer, its rotunda split in half by time, one side open to the wind, the other still bearing the carved image of the Christ Pantocrator. The Gagyakashan, built to mirror the ancient cathedral of Zvartnots, stood in ruined grandeur nearby. Monasteries such as the Tigran Honants and the Virgin's Convent lined the riverbanks, their frescoes fading but not yet gone. Every quarter of Ani had its sanctuary, and every sanctuary told a story, but no city rises forever. Ani's fall, like its rise, was shaped by geography and politics. In 1045, the Byzantine Empire annexed Ani, ending Bagratuni rule. It was not conquest in the traditional sense. No walls were breached, no massacres recorded, but the symbolic blow was significant. The Armenian crown was absorbed into a larger imperial order. Over the next decades, the region became a battleground between Seljuk Turks, Georgians, and Kurdish emirates. Ani was sacked repeatedly. In 1064, Alp Arslan, the Seljuk Sultan, stormed the city after a 25-day siege. Contemporary sources report slaughter, though numbers vary. The churches were looted, the markets burned, yet Ani survived. In the centuries that followed, control passed from hand to hand. The Shaddadid emirs ruled for a time, followed by the Georgian Bagratids, then the Mongols. Each regime left its mark: repairs to the walls, additions to the mosques, alterations in tax. But the city's core began to hollow. Trade routes shifted southward. The Silk Road narrowed into coastal paths as maritime trade grew. Earthquakes damaged the infrastructure. Famine and plague gnawed at the population. By the 1300s, Ani had begun to empty. By the time the Ottomans and Safavids contested the region in the 16th century, Ani was already a shadow. Its outer districts lay abandoned. Its churches stood roofless. Grass grew between flagstones. In the 19th century, Western travellers, archaeologists, missionaries, artists began to arrive, sketching what remained. They found a city frozen in decline, its stones still bearing the chisel marks of craftsmen long dead. The Russian Empire took control in the late 1800s, and for a time there was talk of preservation. But war intervened. During World War I, the region became a front in the conflict between Ottoman Turkey and Russia. In the chaos that followed the Armenian genocide, Ani fell within the new Turkish Republic's borders. The border with Armenia hardened. Access to the site was restricted. Decades of neglect and military oversight followed. Stones were quarried. Frescoes faded. The city that once welcomed traders from India and pilgrims from Jerusalem became a forbidden zone. And yet, Ani endures. Not as a living city, but as a memory carved in stone. The churches still stand, their apses open to the sky. Birds nest in the niches where candles once burned. Grass grows in the nave of the cathedral. The city is quiet, but not dead. It waits. In recent years, Ani has seen a slow reawakening. It was added to the UNESCO World Heritage List in 2016. Turkish authorities have begun conservation efforts, though they remain limited. Armenian scholars, often working from across the border, continue to study its history, piecing together the fragments of manuscripts, reliefs, and ruins. Tourists, allowed in small numbers, walk its paths with guidebooks and cameras, stepping softly where generations once prayed. The story of Ani is not a tale of sudden catastrophe, but of erosion, of time working slowly against splendor. Its fall was not a single event, but a series of abandonments. And in this, it mirrors the fate of many cities whose glory outlasted their use. But Ani, more than most, retains its dignity. There is something in its stones that resists final silence. Not a defiance exactly, but a kind of patience. As if the city, having known empire and exile, faith and fire, is content to remain unfinished, its story still told in the wind. In the 9th century, when the forests of the north thickened like a rising breath, and the steppe opened into rolling silence beneath wheeling hawks, there flickered, briefly and obscurely, the shape of a polity now lost to time. Along the arteries of the Volga and the Dnieper, where furs and amber moved as easily as silver and swords, foreign chroniclers wrote of a land ruled by a figure known as the Khagan of the Rus. This title, neither native Slavic nor explicitly Norse, carried echoes from farther east, from the Turkic steppe and the forgotten chancelleries of Inner Asia. The entity it described, the Rus Khaganate, does not appear in any native record, and its precise boundaries remain hidden beneath centuries of later statehood, conquest, and myth. Yet for a time, perhaps no more than a few decades, it stood as a strange and potent experiment, a northern kingdom styled in the language of the steppe, born of war, trade, and the slow sedimentation of culture, along rivers that carried not only goods but also gods and governance. The earliest mention comes not from Slavic annals or Norse sagas, but from outside observers. The Persian geographer Ibn Khordadbeh, writing around 840, described the Rus as a people who traded with the caliphate by way of the Caspian, whose rulers bore the title Khagan. Other Islamic authors, including al-Yaqubi and Ibn Rustar, echoed the term. To them, the Rus were known through their commerce, their pillage, their exotic bearing, men who shaved their beards but let their mustaches grow, who trafficked in slaves, who sailed from river to river in longboats, lashed together with sinew and iron. They came not only to trade, but to awe, to leave a mark. Who were these Rus? The answer, like the Dnieper flood, resists firm boundaries. Most modern scholars agree they were of Scandinavian origin, Norsemen who had pushed east and south from the Baltic coast in the 8th and 9th centuries, carving paths through dense woodland and forging ties with the Finno-Ugric and Slavic populations they encountered. Known in their own tongue as Varangians, they were raiders and traders both, men whose long ships could move through lakes, rivers and seas with equal speed. They came for furs, for honey, for wax and silver. But in time, they came also to rule. Why the title Khagan? Here the mystery deepens. The word comes from the Turkic-Mongolic world, used by the Khazars, the Gökturks, and other steppe empires to denote a ruler of rulers, an emperor. That the Rus adopted it, or were described by others as having done so, suggests more than cultural borrowing. It suggests proximity and aspiration. In the early 9th century, the Khazar Khaganate still held sway over much of the lower Volga and Caspian basin. The Rus, entering that space from the northwest, may have styled their leaders in emulation, or perhaps in parody. In choosing the word Khagan, the Norse elite may have sought to position themselves as peers to the steppe monarchs, not merely their clients. But the Khaganate, if it existed as a centralized state, left no durable architecture, no inscribed stones, no chroniclers of its own. Its existence must be reconstructed from absences and analogies from the way the Rus appeared to others. Archaeology offers glimpses. Graves at Ladoga and Gnezdovo show Scandinavian goods and burial rites mingled with Slavic artifacts, evidence of a society already hybridized. The site of Rurikovo Gorodische near Novgorod hints at early centers of power, fortified and strategically placed along river routes, yet none of these can be decisively labelled the capital of a Khaganate. Was the Khagan a single ruler, or a title worn briefly by war leaders who sought legitimacy through steppe forms? Some suggest it was a diplomatic affectation, used when dealing with the Muslim world, where the term would be understood as conveying prestige. Others posit it as evidence of genuine state formation. What is clearer is that the Rus did not remain Khagans for long. By the late 9th century, the title fades from the record. In its place, new names emerge. The primary chronicle, compiled in the 12th century but reflecting older oral traditions, speaks of Rurik, of his brothers, and of their rule from Novgorod to Kiev. These figures do not bear steppe titles. They are princes, kniazy, styled in the manner of Slavic leadership. The shift marks a transformation, from a polity defined by liminality and hybridity to one grounded in the Christianizing, chronicle-keeping, dynastic world that would become Kievan Rus. Still, the memory of the Khaganate lingers. In the quiet elision between foreign reports and native silence, it stands as a cipher for a moment when the Norse encountered not only the Slavs, but the Turkic empires, the Islamic world, and the vast currents of trade that ran from the Baltic to Baghdad. The Rus Khaganate was not the beginning of Russian statehood, nor its necessary precursor. It was, instead, a crossroads made manifest, a brief alignment of language, ambition, and geography that revealed how fluid power could be along the river corridors of Eastern Europe. Its rulers may never have carved laws in stone. They may have ruled from tents rather than palaces, but they governed through presence, through boats that appeared like ghosts along the banks, through embassies that carried furs and slaves into Persian bazaars, through names that whispered of the steppe, but came from the north. And perhaps that is its truest legacy, the reminder that the foundations of states are not always laid in capitals or enshrined in chronicles, but sometimes in the silence between lines. Before Kiev rose as a seat of baptized princes, before Moscow laid its claim to empire, there was the Rus Khaganate, a form half seen, already vanishing, but shaping the contours of what would follow like the hidden current beneath a frozen river. In the soft light of an Andalusian dawn, the towers of Seville shimmered against a sky tinged with rose and ochre. Courtyards filled with orange trees and fountains stirred in the breeze, their mosaic-tiled basins catching glints of the sun. Atop the walls of city after city, Granada, Zaragoza, Badajoz, the call to prayer rose in undulating cadence, echoing across gardens and palaces. These were the cities of the Taifa kingdoms, a constellation of Muslim principalities that flickered into brilliance following the fall of a unified Islamic Spain. For a time they became jewels of intellect, beauty, and tragic impermanence. The tale begins with the end of something once thought eternal. In 1031, the Caliphate of Cordoba collapsed. Born in the golden age of Al-Andalus and presiding for centuries as the political and spiritual centre of Muslim Spain, the Caliphate had grown brittle under the weight of factionalism, court intrigues, and dynastic rivalries. Its disintegration did not come with a final battle, but with erosion, a quiet, relentless breaking apart of the bonds that had held together an empire. When the last caliph was deposed, there was no successor, only a vacuum. Into that space poured ambition. The aristocracy of the provinces, Arab, Berber, Slavic, and Andalusi, moved swiftly. Local rulers declared independence, raising their own banners, minting their own coins, and claiming titles long reserved for the caliphs. Thus emerged the Taifas, from the Arabic tawaif, meaning factions or parties. By the 1040s, there were nearly 30 independent Taifa states scattered across the Iberian Peninsula, each with its own court, its own politics, and its own sense of fragile destiny. They were, by turns, pragmatic and decadent, brilliant and doomed. In Seville, ruled by the Abbasid dynasty, the poet-king Al-Mu'tamid composed verses of aching beauty while waging calculated campaigns of expansion. In Zaragoza, the Banu Hud balanced alliances with Christian kings and paid tribute to keep their borders intact, even as they patronized philosophers and astronomers. In Granada, the Zirids maintained a kingdom carved from the surrounding mountains, defending it with fierce resolve. Toledo, Valencia, Almeria, and others rose and fell, each a small court of marble and ink, maneuvering in the shadow of looming threats. The Taifa courts were centers of cultural efflorescence. Freed from the rigidity of caliphal orthodoxy, they became laboratories of expression. Musicians from North Africa, architects from Cairo, scientists from Persia, and poets born in the alleyways of Andalusian towns found patronage in these fractured courts. Arabic, Hebrew, and Romance tongues intermingled in halls of learning. Libraries flourished. Medicine, mathematics, and philosophy were copied, translated, debated. Scholars such as Ibn Hazm and Ibn Gabirol passed through these spaces, their works preserving and transforming knowledge that would ripple into medieval Europe. Yet for all their cultural brilliance, the Taifas were militarily and politically vulnerable. Their fragmentation left them exposed to the rising power of the Christian kingdoms to the north, Castile, Aragon, Leon, Navarre, whose ambitions grew with every generation. The Taifas responded with diplomacy, flattery, and, most controversially, tribute. This payment, known as pariahs, flowed northward in gold and treasure, financing the very armies that would one day turn on them. There were moments of resistance, but they were often too late or too fractured. Some rulers, like Al-Mu'tamid of Seville, reached out to North Africa for aid, inviting the Almoravids, a puritanical Berber dynasty, to cross the straits and defend Al-Andalus. The Almoravids came, first as allies, then as conquerors. Still, the Taifas rose again. In the wake of Almoravid decline, a second wave of Taifa kingdoms emerged in the mid-12th century, smaller and weaker, but no less luminous. They existed in the narrow space between larger forces: Almohads from the Maghreb, Christian crusaders from the north, and internal rivalries that refused to vanish. This second Taifa period was shorter and its fall more final. By the late 13th century, only the Nasrid kingdom of Granada remained, itself a vestige, until its surrender to Ferdinand and Isabella in 1492. The legacy of the Taifas is paradoxical. They were born of collapse, yet gave rise to a golden age of Andalusi art and thought. They preserved the heritage of the caliphate, even as they betrayed its unity. They negotiated with enemies to ensure survival, only to be accused of cowardice by later generations. They were at once admired and condemned by the chroniclers who followed them. But above all, they were human, fragile, brilliant, vain, and visionary. The Taifas remind us that history does not move in clean arcs. It staggers, doubles back, flares unexpectedly. Sometimes in the cracks of empires, beauty blooms. Today, remnants of their glory survive in arches and inscriptions, in the patterns of tile work and the verses carved into faded stone, in the Alcázar of Seville, the Aljaferia of Zaragoza. They passed like constellations across the sky of medieval Spain, scattered, radiant, and gone. The wind that rolled across the plains of Hungary in the spring of 1241 carried with it the scent of ash and iron. From the forested slopes of the Carpathians to the bare expanse of the Pannonian Basin, there came the low, rhythmic thunder of hooves and the distant glint of steel beneath banners stitched with symbols unknown to the West. Europe, though long haunted by rumours of a people from the East, tattooed riders who drank blood, burned cities, and vanished like mist, was unprepared for what was coming. By the time the first scouts were spotted in Poland and Transylvania, the storm had already consumed half the known world. From the Pacific coast of China to the Black Sea, from the steppes of Mongolia to the gates of Persia, the armies of Genghis Khan and his heirs had moved with a swiftness that defied geography. In the generations since Genghis's death, his son Ogedi ruled as Great Khan, commanding generals whose discipline, strategy, and ferocity surpassed anything Christendom had ever faced. Batu Khan, grandson of Genghis and commander of the Western Campaign, rode at the head of an army seasoned by conquest, veterans of Khwarezm, of Georgia, of Kiev and Rus. His lieutenants were men like Subutai, the old fox of the steppe, whose brilliance in maneuver warfare could shatter even the best-laid defences. The first shock came at Legnica. A coalition of European forces, Polish knights, Teutonic crusaders, Moravian levies, gathered under Duke Henry the Pious of Silesia. The battlefield, near the city's outskirts, was chosen hastily. On April 9th, 1241, the Mongols struck. Their tactics were unlike anything the Europeans understood. They feigned retreat, drawing the knights into pursuit, then encircled them with hidden reserves. Smoke, drums, and sudden flurries of arrows broke cohesion. The heavy cavalry of Europe, bred for frontal charges and glory, could not match the Mongol tempo. When the dust settled, Duke Henry was dead, his head displayed on a pike. The road to the Oder lay open. In the south, the true hammer blow fell at the Battle of Mohi. King Bela IV of Hungary, sensing the threat, had raised a force of knights, serfs, and mercenaries. He fortified the camp near the Sarjo River and waited. On April 11th, the Mongols attacked. Again they feigned withdrawal. Again they struck from multiple fronts. As the Hungarians defended a bridge crossing, Mongol engineers constructed a second crossing in secret. When they launched their night assault, they came not from one side, but both. Fire arrows lit the tents. Mongol siege engines rained stone and sulphur. Panic bloomed. Soldiers drowned in the Sarjo, trampled one another in retreat. The battle did not end so much as dissolve. Bela fled to the Adriatic. His kingdom lay in ruins. The Mongol advance was methodical. Towns that resisted were burned to the ground. Populations were executed en masse. Fortresses were bypassed and later besieged. European chroniclers, trained to see in military terms, struggled to describe the relentlessness. It was not a crusade. It was not a war of honour. It was a machine, dispassionate, efficient, consuming. And then, just as abruptly as it had begun, it stopped. The year turned. Winter crept across the fields. The Mongol armies poised on the borders of Austria and Bohemia halted, then they turned east. They did not stay to garrison, they did not consolidate power, they left behind ruin and silence. Europe, half flattened, blinked in disbelief. Why they withdrew remains one of the most perplexing questions in medieval history. The traditional explanation is the death of Ogedai Khan in December 1241. As Great Khan, his passing triggered a Kurultai, a council to elect his successor. Mongol law required the princes of the blood to return. Batu Khan, though never on close terms with Ogedai, could not ignore the summons. Subutai, ever the strategist, deferred, and so the armies turned back. But the story may not be so simple. Some historians suggest that strategic exhaustion played a role. Though victorious, the Mongols had stretched supply lines across hostile terrain. European winter posed logistical challenges unlike those of the steppe. The Hungarians, though broken, had not surrendered. Guerrilla resistance was forming, disease too had taken a toll. Others posit that the campaign was always intended as reconnaissance in force, a punitive expedition to test European defences and gather intelligence for a future return. In this light, the destruction was deliberate but provisional, a warning, and yet the return never came. After Ogedai's death, internal politics consumed the Mongol elite. Factions emerged. Batu, despite his triumphs, was sidelined in the succession. His attention shifted to the consolidation of the Golden Horde on the steppes north of the Black Sea. Subutai died not long after. Europe, spared by circumstance, began to mythologize the retreat. The psychological impact, however, endured. Castles were reinforced, city walls raised higher, panic over the Tatars, Europe's name for the Mongols, lingered for generations. When emissaries from the Mongol Ilkhanate arrived decades later, seeking alliance against the Mamluks, they were met with suspicion. The trauma had not faded. What if they had continued? Had the Mongols pressed west into the German principalities? Had they taken Vienna or pressed into Italy? The map of Europe might have been irrevocably altered. There was no army that could have stopped them. France was unprepared. England was distant. The Holy Roman Empire, fragmented and feuding, could not have withstood the tide. A Mongol Europe, however temporary, would have changed the cultural and political trajectory of the West. Instead, the horde turned away, leaving behind only scorched earth, broken crowns, and the lingering knowledge that civilization is never more than a few weeks from collapse. The Mongol invasion of 1241 stands as a reminder not of Europe's strength, but of its vulnerability. It was spared not by valor or strategy, but by the tides of steppe politics and the mortality of emperors. In that narrow window between conquest and retreat, the future of a continent hung in the balance, shaped not by divine providence, but by the distant death of a ruler beyond the horizon. The first signs came with the rats, not in their multitudes, as myth would later exaggerate, but singly, a sickly rustle beneath a cart, the flash of a tail in a grain storeroom, a carcass left in the street to stiffen in the morning frost. In the year of our Lord 1347, the ports of the Mediterranean stirred with their usual commerce. Barrels rolled ashore, ships groaned on their ropes, and seagulls wheeled over the masts. But beneath the cargoes of spice and cloth, something else had arrived. It came from the east, or so the sailors said, carried by Genoese galleys retreating from the Black Sea, from Cathar, from the war-ravaged coasts of Byzantium. It came not with swords or siege towers, but in the lymphan breath of men already half dead. At first, the symptoms were easily mistaken: a headache, fatigue, a low fever. But within days, the signs became unmistakable. Black swellings, buboes the size of eggs, tender and filled with pus, rising in the groin, the armpits, the neck. Then the bleeding began, from the nose, from the mouth, beneath the skin. Then the darkness. Within 3 days, most were dead. The Black Death spread faster than parchment could record. From Messina to Marseille, from Genoa to Pisa, it followed the trade routes inland. By the spring of 1348, it had reached the Rhone Valley and the Alpine passes, By summer it had breached the walls of Paris and Ghent. By 1350 it had scoured England and crept north to the fjords of Norway. No kingdom was spared, no fortress held. Monks died mid-chant in cloisters. Bishops fell dead before altars. Entire villages were silenced, their bells still. Contemporary chroniclers strained to describe the scale. Jean de Venette in Paris, Marcione de Coppo in Florence, Henry Knighton in England, they all agreed there were not enough living to bury the dead. The Pope granted mass absolutions. Graveyards overflowed, ditches filled. In some towns, carts made daily rounds to collect corpses like refuse. Mortality estimates would vary across the centuries, but most agree that Europe lost at least a third of its population in less than 5 years. The psychological consequences were as profound as the physical. Faith wavered, authority crumbled, flagellant movements roamed from town to town, whipping themselves raw in public penance. In Strasbourg and Mainz, Jews were accused of poisoning wells and burned alive by the hundreds. Families abandoned the sick, lovers turned away from one another. The air grew thick with dread, not only of death but of what death was revealing, the brittleness of custom, the fragility of order, the possibility that the world could be torn apart without warning and without cause. Yet, in the wake of such devastation, stranger phenomena still emerged, in some ways more inexplicable than the plague itself. One of the most haunting took place decades later, but bore the unmistakable imprint of a society that had seen too much. In the summer of 1518 in Strasbourg, then a free imperial city of the Holy Roman Empire, now in modern-day France, a woman stepped into the street and began to dance. Her name, as preserved in the annals of the city, was Frau Trophea. She danced with a peculiar violence, her arms flailing, her feet stamping the dirt. She said nothing, made no gesture of invitation. But within a day, others had joined her. First a handful, then dozens. By the end of the week, the numbers had swelled to more than 100. They danced through the market, past the cathedral along the Rhine. Musicians were brought in, at the behest of city magistrates, in the belief that this was a humoral imbalance that might be sweated out with rhythm. Stages were erected, physicians watched with crossed arms, but the dancers could not stop. Some screamed in ecstasy, others in pain. Some collapsed, only to rise again. Still others died, of heart failure, of exhaustion, of sheer bodily rupture. This was not the first such episode. Earlier accounts, less detailed, tell of dancing outbreaks in Aachen, in Metz, in Utrecht and Liege, stretching back to the late 14th century. They were usually small, ephemeral, poorly recorded. But Strasbourg in 1518 was different. It was urban, wealthy, and literate. Officials wrote reports. Chroniclers took notes. What might otherwise have passed as anecdote became record. The questions followed quickly. What had caused this? Was it demonic possession, divine punishment, a secret sect? The physicians of Strasbourg, trained in Galenic theory, posited an overheated blood or a hot brain, susceptible to planetary misalignment and excessive bile. Others suspected ergotism, a poisoning from tainted rye, producing hallucinations and convulsions. Modern scholars still debate these theories. Ergot contains lysergic acid, a chemical cousin to LSD, but its effects are often more violent than coordinated. Moreover, ergotism tends to strike sporadically, not en masse. And most tellingly, it cannot explain the patterns of replication, the way dancing spread from one to another, contagious as yawn or laughter. Mass psychogenic illness is the leading theory today. The idea that under immense collective stress, the body can become a vessel for psychological pain, translating trauma into action. And if any age knew trauma, it was post-plague Europe. The survivors of the Black Death did not simply inherit a depopulated continent. They inherited a continent racked with guilt, with theological vertigo, with a sense that the old rules no longer applied. Whole parishes had vanished. Guilds had crumbled. The young grew up among ruin. The church, once unquestioned, had shown its fallibility. The Crusades had failed. The papacy had fractured. Millenarian sects whispered of end times. The result was a population not only physically scarred, but inwardly deranged, not in the sense of individual madness, but of a culture whose narrative had split. And in such soil, strange flowers grew. The dancing plague may have been a symptom of that rupture, a collective eruption of despair, cloaked in the guise of ecstasy. The body moving because the soul could not rest. Historians have noted the prevalence of Marian cults in the Rhineland at the time, particularly those venerating the Virgin as intercessor against suffering. Pilgrimages multiplied. Saints were invoked for protection against madness and disease. Saint Vitus, in particular, became associated with convulsions and chorea. His name was given to the phenomenon, Saint Vitus's dance. And yet, there is no final answer, no single cause, no conclusive diagnosis. The dancing plague remains suspended in ambiguity, like a relic in a darkened chapel, venerated, observed, never fully understood. In this, it mirrors the Black Death itself. For all our advances, we cannot say with certainty how many died. We cannot map every path it took, nor trace the thoughts of every man and woman who lived through it. The chronicles that remain are patchwork, some shrill with fear, others eerily calm. Some describe the dying as noble martyrs, others as beasts crawling into ditches. The plague was both apocalyptic and banal. It ended dynasties and reset economies, but it also left behind cracked chalices, broken teeth, unharvested orchards, and it left behind silence, a silence so vast that even the screams of dancers could not fill it. Centuries later, in an archive in Alsace, a clerk unrolls a brittle folio. The ink has faded, the Latin is uneven, but there, in the middle of a paragraph, it reads, "And in the summer months they danced in the streets, many falling dead, many surviving, and none knowing why." That line is all that remains of some. It is more than remains of most. And yet, in that line an entire world flickers, of barefoot boys leaping under the sun, of old women keening and turning, of magistrates writing by candlelight, of priests crossing themselves in doubt, where movement itself became a kind of rebellion or release or supplication. The Black Death and the dancing plague. Two phenomena separated by decades, linked by something deeper than causality, by a wound too wide to close, by a truth too large to speak plainly. The wind over the Seine that autumn carried more than the scent of wet stone and burned tallow. It bore unease, whispered from cloister to market stall, from the high halls of the Louvre to the muddy paths of Beauvais. In the minds of courtiers and craftsmen alike, there grew a question that could not be asked aloud without consequence. What becomes of a kingdom when its king believes himself to be made of glass? Charles VI of France ascended the throne in 1380, not as a madman, but as a child of 11, crowned beneath the vaulted stone of Reims Cathedral in the lineage of Capetian kings who claimed divine sanction with every ounce of perfumed oil. His early reign was guided by a council of uncles, magnates of blood and ambition, the Dukes of Anjou, Berry, Burgundy and Bourbon, whose competing interests split France into factions even before the young monarch took hold of the reins. When Charles came of age, he seemed at first a monarch in the classical mould. Handsome, athletic, beloved by his subjects, he earned the title Charles the Well-Beloved. He led campaigns against rebellious Flemings, knighted squires on the field, and displayed the royal charisma needed to hold a kingdom threatened by England in the long, slow attrition of the 100 Years' War. His coronation tour through the realm, clad in golden robes, was received with cheers from peasants and nobles alike. France, exhausted from the corrupt regency and the avarice of its aristocracy, saw in him a promise. But somewhere beneath the crown, cracks had begun to form. The first signs came quietly. Episodes of withdrawal, strange forgetfulness, bursts of paranoia. Then, in August of 1392, the Veil tore. While leading a punitive expedition to Brittany, Charles was attacked not by the English, but by his own mind. In the sweltering heat, a madman had darted before the royal procession, shouting that the king would be betrayed. Shaken, Charles pressed on. Days later, as his knights rode through the forest of Le Mans, a sudden clang, a dropped lance or sword no one could say for sure, shattered the quiet. Something broke in Charles. He turned on his own men, screaming, eyes wild, sword raised. He struck down 4 of his escort before being subdued. When he awoke, he remembered nothing. That episode marked the beginning of a reign unlike any other. Charles suffered intermittent bouts of insanity for the rest of his life, sometimes lucid for months, other times gripped by hallucination and violence. He refused to bathe, ran howling through the halls of the Louvre, failed to recognize his wife, Isabeau of Bavaria, or his children. He believed he was made of glass, so fragile that he had iron rods sewn into his clothes and forbade anyone to touch him. In one particularly harrowing account, he demanded that doors be widened and furniture cleared lest he shatter. The term schizophrenia did not exist, nor did any medical vocabulary adequate to the task of describing what befell him. Physicians offered theories, humours out of balance, vapours demonic possession. Clerics prayed, alchemists offered draughts, nothing worked. But he was still king, and that, perhaps, was the true madness of it. For Charles VI was not removed, he was not deposed. France had no mechanism for it. Divine right was not conditional on sanity. The sacral nature of monarchy meant that, no matter his mental state, Charles remained sovereign. This theological trap ensnared the realm. Into the vacuum stepped rivals. Chief among them was Charles's uncle, Philip the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, whose influence waxed with the king's instability. Philip's death in 1404 passed that mantle to his son, John the Fearless, a man as shrewd as he was ruthless. Opposing him was the king's brother, Louis of Orleans, charismatic and dissolute, rumoured lover of Queen Isabeau, and de facto regent in Charles's worst periods. France thus split into 2 camps, the Burgundians and the Armagnacs, named for Bernard VII, Count of Armagnac, who supported Orleans after Louis's assassination in 1407. That murder, orchestrated by John the Fearless and publicly admitted, tore the kingdom. Civil war broke out in fits and starts, with skirmishes in the streets of Paris and battles across the countryside. The capital itself changed hands repeatedly, its people subject to the shifting doctrines and taxes of whichever faction held sway. The University of Paris tried to mediate. The papacy, already fractured by schism, lacked the authority to do so. All the while, Charles remained nominally sovereign, issuing decrees in lucid intervals, signing edicts, participating in ceremonies, but always under the watchful eyes of those who claimed to act in his name. The English, meanwhile, watched. Henry V, warrior king of the Lancastrian line, launched his invasion of France in 1415, striking not as a foreign conqueror, but as a claimant. The Treaty of Troyes, signed in 1420 during one of Charles's deeper descents into madness, disinherited the Dauphin, the future Charles VII, and recognised Henry as heir to the French throne. Charles, confused and pliable, affixed his seal. It was a document born of madness, treachery, and calculation. Henry married Catherine of Valois, Charles's daughter, and assumed regency, but Henry died in 1422, just weeks before Charles. And so, for a brief, surreal interregnum, a baby, Henry VI of England, was declared king of both England and France, though most of France did not recognise him. The war would grind on, shaped not by Charles's decrees but by the efforts of others, Joan of Arc, the Dauphin Charles, the shifting alliances of lords whose loyalty was to themselves. Charles VI died on October 23, 1422, in the Hotel Saint-Paul in Paris. His body, ravaged by years of neglect and psychological torment, was interred with all the trappings of royal burial. Yet even in death, he remained a symbol of fracture. His reign had seen the loss of French unity, the incursion of foreign powers, and the humiliation of royal authority. Yet, it had also seen the survival of the Valois line, the eventual resurgence of national identity, and the emergence of a mythos around kingship and its discontents. The image of Charles as the glass king became more than metaphor. It stood for a monarchy made fragile by its own theology, a state whose structures could not admit human weakness in its sovereign without collapsing into chaos. Modern historians have debated the nature of Charles's illness. Some suggest paranoid schizophrenia, others bipolar disorder with psychotic features. Contemporary descriptions align most closely with cyclical psychosis, but diagnosis, while tempting, does little to capture the political consequences of his reign. Charles was not merely a patient. He was a fulcrum around which the fates of nations turned. His court, despite the madness, remained a centre of culture. The arts flourished. Gothic architecture reached new heights. Manuscript illumination, music and poetry thrived. The Belles-Heures of Jean de France, Duc de Berry, Charles's uncle, remains one of the most exquisite books of hours ever produced. Amid madness, beauty survived, and so did governance in its way. France did not dissolve, its bureaucracies continued. Taxes were collected, armies raised, laws promulgated. The state, as distinct from the king, began to emerge. In Charles's reign, we see the slow birth of modern political crisis, not as the fall of empires, but as the decay of certainties. That kings could be mad, that sovereignty might be conditional, that identity could fracture. These were new ideas, terrifying and transformative. Today, Charles VI is remembered primarily for his madness. His reign is often overshadowed by the romance of Joan of Arc, the drama of Agincourt, or the fall of the Templars decades before. But his story is essential. It is a reminder that history is not made only by the heroic or the villainous, but also by the broken. That power can persist in frailty, and that nations, like kings, sometimes believe themselves made of glass, shatterable and yet remarkably enduring. In the damp spring of 1203, the ships began to gather in the harbours of Venice, their prows creaking against the quay, their sails folded like the wings of exhausted birds. From the Adriatic marshes and Lombard hills, from the Norman valleys of the Mezzogiorno and the forested estates of northern France, came the men who called themselves crusaders, knights and squires, barons and bishops, and the soldiers who followed them. They had taken the cross at the urging of Pope Innocent III, who had called upon Christendom to rise once more, as it had a century before, to deliver Jerusalem from Muslim control. This Fourth Crusade, like those before it, was declared a holy war, sanctioned by God, promised the absolution of sin and the glory of salvation. But already, there was something strained beneath the surface, something brittle in the voices of the men who prayed in the shipyards and slept under borrowed cloaks. Many had not expected to come this far. Others had already given more than they owned, and over all of it loomed the shadow of a city neither Muslim nor holy, Constantinople. It had not begun this way. The original plan, vague as it was, envisioned an expedition to Egypt, then seen as the strategic heart of Muslim strength in the eastern Mediterranean. The idea was to strike where the Ayyubid dynasty was most vulnerable, then move inland toward Jerusalem. But like many crusades, the fourth was long on zeal and short on money. Few noblemen had the wealth to fund such a journey themselves. Fewer still were willing to spend it, and so the leaders, men like Count Louis of Blois, Count Baldwin of Flanders, and the Marquis Boniface of Montferrat, turned to Venice. The Republic of Venice was not a kingdom. It had no landed nobility, no fields of wheat or vineyards to tax. It was a merchant power, a city built on trade and ambition, and the salty fringes of 1,000 maritime routes. The Doge of Venice in 1202 was Enrico Dandolo, an old man, so old that some said he was blind, yet still sharp as a drawn blade. He agreed to provide the Crusaders with transport, ships enough to carry thousands of men and horses across the sea. The price was steep, 85,000 silver marks, an immense sum. But the Venetians, sensing opportunity, began construction. When the time came to pay, the Crusaders could not meet their debt. The ships were built, the army had arrived, the harbour swelled with masts, and the money was not there. this is where the story begins to slide, slowly, inexorably, into something darker. Dandolo did not cancel the deal. He offered an alternative. The Crusaders would help Venice capture the Christian city of Zara on the Dalmatian coast, a rebel possession that had slipped from Venetian control. It was an act of Christian-on-Christian violence, a violation of the Crusaders' oath not to attack fellow believers, and it was condemned by the Pope himself. But they were hungry, indebted, and already far from home. They agreed. Zara fell quickly. Innocent III, outraged, excommunicated the crusade, yet the army, still burdened by debt and no closer to Jerusalem, drifted in uncertainty. It was then that a new offer arrived from a fugitive prince. His name was Alexios Angelos, the son of the deposed Byzantine emperor Isaac II. His father had been overthrown and blinded in a palace coup, imprisoned by his brother, and shut away behind the high walls of Constantinople. Alexios had escaped, fled west, and now came to the Crusaders with a promise. If they would help him reclaim the imperial throne, he would reward them with riches, supply their army, and bring the Eastern Church into obedience with Rome. The offer was intoxicating. Constantinople was the richest city in Christendom, the heir to Rome, the Empress of the East. Its streets were paved with marble, its palaces layered in gold. For centuries it had been both rival and sister to the Latin West, a glittering symbol of what Europe might have been had it not fallen into feudal decay. Yet it was also alien, Greek-speaking, steeped in ceremony and bureaucracy, skeptical of the Latin Rite. Many in the West had long viewed the Byzantines with suspicion as half, Christian schismatics too proud and too decadent to be trusted. And so, after months of delay and debate, the Crusaders accepted the proposal. They would go to Constantinople, not to sack it, they claimed, but to restore the rightful emperor. They sailed east in the summer of 1203, the fleet gliding across the Marmara like a new tide of destiny. They arrived before the Theodosian walls in July. For many, it was the first glimpse of the city they had heard of all their lives, a city of domes and columns, of towers and statues, a city so vast that it dwarfed the capitals of the West. The walls stretched for miles, studded with towers fronted by a moat. Behind them rose the glinting roof of the Hagia Sophia, the imperial palace, and the tangled roofs of 1 million people. It was not built to be taken by force. Still, the Latins made camp. They landed near the Blachanae district on the city's western flank. After a show of strength, they forced a breach in the sea walls. The populace, caught between hatred of their usurping emperor and fear of the Latins, rioted. The tyrant Alexios III fled. Isaac II was freed from prison and restored to the throne, and within days, the younger Alexios was crowned co-emperor. What followed was a slow descent into betrayal. Alexios IV, once the hopeful prince, soon found himself unable to meet his promises. The treasury had been drained. The Byzantines, proud and fiercely independent, resented his Western backers. Tensions flared between locals and the occupying Crusaders. Skirmishes broke out. Fires were set, one of which burned for 8 days and destroyed much of the city's western districts. Resentment festered. In January 1204, Alexios IV was overthrown and strangled. A new emperor, Alexios V Ducas, seized power and declared the Latins enemies of the empire. Now the Crusaders, who had come as supposed restorers, faced a choice. They were still unpaid, the Byzantines had turned on them, they were excommunicated, desperate and armed, and before them stood the richest city in the world. In April 1204 they made their decision. On the morning of April 12th, the assault began. Venetian ships approached the harbour walls with siege towers lashed to their decks. The wind favoured them. Under cover of smoke and shouting, they boarded the walls. At the same time, knights attacked from the landward side, crossing the moat and battering the gates. The city's defences, weakened by internal turmoil and betrayal, crumbled. By nightfall, Constantinople had fallen. The Latin armies poured in like a flood, and then came the sack. For 3 days, the city was subjected to looting and desecration of a scale that shocked even the Crusaders themselves. Churches were ransacked, mosaics pried from the walls, the Hagia Sophia was stripped of its golden altar and chalices. Relics collected over centuries were seized and scattered. Fragments of the true cross, the crown of thorns, the Virgin's robe, gold icons were melted down. Monks and nuns were slaughtered. Women were raped on the altars. Libraries were torched. The city that had once been the seat of Justinian, the jewel of Eastern Christendom, the last heir of Rome, was defiled by its supposed brothers in Christ. Contemporaries struggled to comprehend it. The Byzantine chronicler Nikitas Choniates, who witnessed the sack, wrote in tones of disbelief, "Even the Saracens are merciful compared to these men." Pope Innocent, who had earlier excommunicated the Crusaders for attacking Zara, now expressed horror at what had occurred, but could not undo it. And in the West there was rejoicing. The riches of Constantinople were shipped to Venice, to France, to the cathedrals and treasuries of men who would never see the East. A Latin empire was established, ruled by Baldwin of Flanders. It would last barely 50 years, but the damage done to the Byzantine world would never be repaired. The city limped on, retaken by the Greeks in 1261, but the empire was hollowed, its spirit broken. It would never again command the strength it once had. When the Ottomans came in 1453, they found an exhausted shell. But the deeper wound was spiritual. The sack of Constantinople in 1204 drove a wedge between Eastern and Western Christendom that endures to this day. The Greek Church never forgot. The liturgies of Orthodoxy still mourn the sack in hushed tones. And for the Latins, despite the riches they carried home, it was a stain on the memory of the cross, a moment when crusading zeal devoured itself. There had been no Saladin, no Jerusalem, only Christians killing Christians, only relics seized by force, only cathedrals burned in the name of God. And so, what began with hymns in the shipyards of Venice ended with ash in the vaults of Hagia Sophia. What began as a call to liberate the Holy Land ended in the ruin of the greatest Christian city in the world. What began as a crusade ended as a conquest, not of infidels, but of faith itself. The ships returned west, heavy with spoils. The Doge of Venice had silver and silk. The French lords had reliquaries and coins. But the empire they left behind was broken, and the breach they opened between East and West has never fully closed. Today, the horses of St. Mark's Basilica in Venice still stand atop the basilica's porch. Bronze statues looted from Constantinople in 1204. They watch silently over the square, their eyes wide, their mouths open as if frozen in astonishment. They are among the last witnesses of a forgotten conquest, of a crusade turned inward, of a city betrayed by those who came in the name of Christ. The morning of July 11th, 1302, broke over the fields of Kortrijk with a leaden quiet, the kind of stillness that comes not from peace, but from anticipation wound too tight to speak. The air was thick with the breath of midsummer, dust rising from the soil, the scent of trampled grass heavy in the nose, and the silence pierced only by the distant creak of harnesses and the rasp of steel against whetstone. On the one side stood the chivalry of France, knights drawn from the flower of the nobility, cloaked in the prestige of Valois and Capetian lineage. Their armour gleamed, their horses were caparisoned in silk, and they bore themselves with the confidence of a caste long used to seeing fear in the faces of their enemies. On the other side waited a host of men who owned little and feared much. They were weavers, fullers, and tanners, cobblers and dyers, the sons of Bruges and Ghent and Ypres, peasants and artisans called not by kings but by circumstance. Their hands bore the calluses of labour, their weapons were crude by comparison, goedendags and polearms, iron hooks and hammers, but their cause was written deeply into the soil beneath their feet. They fought for their towns, their trades, and the belief that the ground belonged to those who worked it. In the decades leading up to that day, Flanders had been both jewel and anvil for the kings of France, rich with textile wealth, dotted with thriving cities governed by merchant councils and guildmasters, it had grown into an economic engine independent of the French crown's control. The artisans who spun wool and dyed cloth in Bruges lived by charters and local liberties, written codes that promised self-rule and constrained the reach of aristocratic power. But wealth breeds jealousy, and autonomy invites correction. The French crown, seeing in Flanders a vassal growing too self-assured, moved to assert its authority. In 1300, Philip IV sent an occupying force, imprisoned the Count of Flanders, and installed Jacques de Châtillon as governor. Resistance flared almost immediately, but it was the massacre of French troops in Bruges 2 years later, known as the Matins of Bruges, that forced the reckoning. Thousands of Flemish citizens rose in coordinated fury, purging the city of French soldiers. Retribution came swiftly. The French king dispatched a full feudal host to crush the rebellion. The battlefield chosen lay just outside Kortrijk, in a low meadow flanked by shallow streams and marshy ground. The Flemish knew it well. They chose it for the same reason they had chosen to fight, not because they had superior force, but because they had no choice. Their militias gathered under local commanders, men of middling rank elevated by reputation rather than bloodline. Peter de Konink, a weaver from Bruges, Jan Bredel, a butcher with a strong arm and a loyal following. They had few horses, no archers, and only the knowledge of terrain and a conviction that retreat meant servitude. The French, by contrast, arrived with all the trappings of a royal campaign. They marched beneath banners that shimmered like stained glass, led by Robert II of Artois, and attended by hundreds of mounted knights, each expecting to carve honour from peasant flesh. Their confidence was not unwarranted. For generations, the knightly charge had been the hammer of European warfare. Mail and plate, lance and destrier, these were the instruments by which noblemen imposed their will. Infantry was useful in sieges, necessary for baggage, but not decisive in the field. No one expected the Flemish to hold. The battle began with a skirmish of crossbowmen, Genoese mercenaries in French pay versus Flemish town militias. The exchange was inconclusive, more ritual than real, but it drew the lines. Then the French cavalry advanced, expecting to scatter the enemy in a single shock, but the field betrayed them. Wet from recent rains, laced with hidden ditches dug by the Flemish, the ground gave no purchase for galloping horses. As the knights pressed forward, they found themselves mired, their formations bent out of shape, their lines compressed. And then the Flemish counterattack began. It was not elegant. There was no fanfare, no trumpet blast, just the slow, terrible sound of wood and iron meeting steel and flesh. The Goeden Dag, a simple shaft topped with a spike, proved lethal against horse and rider alike. The Flemish closed ranks, creating bristling walls of pointed fury, and the knights, trapped and dismounted, fell not to equals but to men they did not consider soldiers. Robert of Artois was killed in the crush, his body unrecognizable among the fallen. Panic spread. The flower of French nobility wilted into chaos. By day's end, the field was strewn with corpses. Over 1,000 golden spurs were collected from the dead, trophies of a class that had believed itself invincible. The Battle of the Golden Spurs did not end French ambitions in Flanders, nor did it usher in immediate peace, but it marked a turning point, a moment when infantry proved not only useful but supreme. It undermined the ideological foundation of knighthood, revealing that valour and lineage could fall before coordination and cause. And in cities across Europe, artisans whispered of what had happened in Kortrijk. They spoke not just of victory, but of possibility. In the centuries that followed, the age of the knight would erode. Pikes, halberds, and later gunpowder would change the calculus of battle. But it began here, in a sodden Flemish field, where men who shod horses and cut cloth stood their ground against armoured privilege and won. They had no need of castles, no coats of arms, only will and the courage to wield it. Long after the battle, when France and Flanders signed treaties and redrew borders, the spurs still hung in the church. They were not polished, they were not catalogued. They rusted, slowly, a memorial not to war but to defiance. In them, one could see the outline of a new Europe, not yet born, but stirring beneath the surface, where the measure of power would no longer be the crest on a shield, but the strength of those who dared to stand and say, "This far, no farther. No." In the year 1030, in the high summer of Norway, a boy lay bleeding on the field of Stiklestad. The grass was matted with mud and the blood of nobles and farmers alike. The clangor of swords had faded, and the cries of the wounded had fallen into a grim, exhausted quiet. King Olaf Haraldsson lay dead, struck down in battle against his own countrymen. Beside him, half buried under the fallen, was his half-brother, a 15-year-old warrior named Harald Sigurdsson. He was barely alive. The boy's wounds were deep, but not mortal. He was carried from the battlefield by loyal men and taken into the wild, over rivers and mountains, into the eastern forests that led to Sweden. From there he travelled into the vastness of Kiev and Rus, a land of wide rivers, wooden palisades, and Slavic princes who traded in furs and war. It was the beginning of an exile that would last nearly 15 years. When he returned, it would be with a fortune, an army, and a reputation as the last great Viking king. Harald Sigurdsson, who would later be called Hardrada, the Hard Ruler, was born into a world still ruled by the sword. The Christianization of Norway was recent and uneven, and the chieftains of the north still kept one hand on their axes. Harald was the youngest son of a petty king, a member of a lineage that traced its descent to Harald Fairhair, the first unifier of Norway. But in 1030, Norway was torn between rival claimants, and the authority of Olaf Haraldsson had frayed. His attempt to reassert control ended at Stiklestad, and Harald, wounded and on the run, had no choice but to leave the country. In Novgorod, Harald entered the service of Grand Prince Yaroslav the Wise, whose realm stretched across forests and rivers from the Baltic to the Black Sea. Yaroslav was a patron of exiles and adventurers, and Harald, young and battle-tested, found work easily among the Norse mercenaries who served the prince. But Harald's ambitions reached further. By the time he was 18, he had led men in battle against Poles, Pechenegs, and other Slavic rivals. His fame grew, and with it his desire for greater riches. It was said that Harald heard tales of Constantinople from passing traders, of golden domes and endless feasts, of a city where a man could win or lose a fortune in a single campaign. He set his sights south. By the early 1030s, Harald had reached the Queen of Cities. In Constantinople, he entered the Varangian Guard, the elite corps of the Byzantine Emperor, composed mainly of Norse and Anglo-Saxon warriors. The Byzantines valued them for their loyalty and ferocity, and Harald, with his height, his bearing, and his skill in arms, quickly rose through the ranks. In the years that followed, he campaigned across the empire's borders, in Anatolia, in the Levant, and into Sicily. In Sicily, he fought against Arab emirs who controlled parts of the island, taking fortress after fortress. He served under the Empress Zoe, and later under Emperor Michael IV. In Jerusalem, he may have fought on pilgrimage routes, securing the roads for Christian travellers. His exact deeds are shrouded in the haze of saga and rumour, but the pattern is unmistakable. Harald was everywhere, and everywhere he went, he grew richer. The Byzantines called him Araltes. He became captain of the Varangian Guard and one of the most trusted foreign officers at court. With his share of plunder, bribes, and pay, he accumulated a vast fortune, which he sent northward in installments carried by trusted merchants to Novgorod for safekeeping. But Harald was not content to be a servant of the empire. He had come far, but his eyes were always fixed on Norway. Around 1042, after nearly a decade in the east, Harald left the service of Byzantium. Accounts differ as to why. Some say he quarrelled with the emperor, others that he left on good terms. According to saga, he escaped Constantinople in secret, sailing through the Bosporus under cover of night, evading imperial agents who sought to detain him. Whatever the truth, Harald reappeared in the north with treasure and tales in equal measure. He returned first to Kiev and Rus, where he married Elisif, the daughter of Yaroslav the Wise. This union bound him to one of the most powerful dynasties in the East and added legitimacy to his claim. From there, he turned his gaze homeward. Norway, in the years since Stiklestad, had fallen under the rule of King Magnus the Good, the illegitimate son of Olaf Haraldsson. Magnus was young, capable, and respected, but Harald had gold, soldiers, and a name that still stirred loyalties among those who had fought beside Olaf. In 1046, Harald returned to Norway with ships and men, and rather than plunge the country into civil war, he struck a bargain with Magnus. They would rule jointly. Magnus would retain the throne, but Harald would share power. The arrangement lasted less than a year. In 1047, Magnus died suddenly, and Harald became sole king of Norway. His rule was harsh and pragmatic. He sought to centralize authority, to bring the rebellious regions of Norway under royal control. He levied taxes, asserted control over church appointments, and enforced his will with the memory of blood. His nickname, Hardrada, the Hard Ruler, was earned during these years, but he also brought stability, trade, and law. He issued coinage, fostered commerce, and maintained peace along the borders. His reputation grew beyond Scandinavia. Yet one ambition remained. England in the mid-11th century was a prize eyed by many. The death of Edward the Confessor in January 1066 left a vacuum. Harold Godwinson, the powerful Earl of Wessex, claimed the throne, but other claimants emerged. William, Duke of Normandy, asserted his right by promise, and in the north Harald Hardrada saw an opportunity. He claimed the English crown not by blood but by treaty. In 1038, King Harthacnut of Denmark and England had made a pact with Magnus of Norway. If either died without heir, the other would inherit both realms. When Harthacnut died in 1042, Magnus had claimed Denmark, though his hold was contested. When Magnus died, Harald believed that claim passed to him. By 1066, he was ready to enforce it. In September of that year, Harald Hardrada sailed from Norway with a fleet of perhaps 300 ships and several thousand warriors. He allied with Tostig Godwinson, the exiled brother of King Harald, who brought local support and knowledge of the terrain. Together, they landed in the north of England and began a swift and brutal campaign. They captured Scarborough and marched toward York. On September the 20th, at the Battle of Fulford, they defeated an English force under the Earls of Mercia and Northumbria. York surrendered. It seemed that Harold had succeeded. But 5 days later, King Harold Godwinson arrived in the north with a forced march of nearly 200 miles. On September 25th, the two armies met at Stamford Bridge. The Norwegians were caught by surprise. Many had left their armour behind in the heat of the late September day. The English struck hard and fast. The battle was fierce, chaotic, and bloody. According to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, a single Norse warrior held the narrow bridge against the English advance, buying precious minutes before he was finally cut down. But it was not enough. Harald Hardrada, tall and armoured, stood at the front ranks. He fought with axe and sword, and according to saga, he sang as he charged. An arrow struck him in the throat. He fell, and with him the heart of the army. Tostig fought on and died beside him. The Norwegian army was shattered. Of the hundreds of ships that had brought them, only a few dozen were needed to carry the survivors home. Harald Hardrada's death marked more than the end of a campaign. It was the end of an era. The Viking Age, which had begun in the late 8th century, with raids on Lindisfarne and Frankish shores, had reached its final act. Harald was its last great figure, a warrior king who had fought from the Black Sea to the North Sea, who had ruled, plundered, traded, and prayed in equal measure. His life was a saga, and in the centuries to follow, it would be told and retold in prose and verse, each time with a little more myth, a little less certainty. 3 weeks after his death, William of Normandy landed on the southern coast of England. At Hastings, he defeated Harold Godwinson and became king. A new order began, one built on castles and courts, on feudal bonds and Norman law. But for a moment, at Stamford Bridge, the old world and the new collided. And in the centre of it, standing tall above his men, was Harald Hardrada, the last Viking king. In the long corridor of the Nile Valley, where the river carves a green vein through the gold dust of the Sahara, there once stood a civilization that endured quietly, defiantly, and with a devotion to faith that outlasted the empires pressing down upon it. South of Egypt, beyond the cataracts where the Nile grows narrow and wild, the Christian kingdoms of Nubia held their ground for nearly 1,000 years. They built cathedrals in stone and mud brick, painted saints in colours drawn from the desert, and sang the liturgy in languages that faded elsewhere. When the Byzantine Empire fell, and when the patriarchs of Alexandria bent under pressure, Nubia still rang with the bells of Christian prayer. 3 kingdoms emerged along the Nile corridor during late antiquity and the early medieval period: Nabatea in the north, Makuria at its heart, and Alodia to the south. These were not minor polities. They controlled trade routes linking the Mediterranean world to the African interior. They drew tribute from desert tribes and employed scribes, architects, and priests trained in Hellenistic, Coptic, and local traditions. And they converted to Christianity not by the sword, but by gradual engagement with missionaries, traders, and wandering monks who brought with them books, icons, and a new theology of time. The first to convert was Nabatea, sometime in the mid-6th century, under the influence of missionaries from Constantinople, sent by the Emperor Justinian and his wife Theodora. Not long after, Makuria followed, and then Alodia. The Christianity that took root in Nubia was Miaphysite, aligned with the Coptic Church of Egypt, though with distinctive local variations. The Nubians translated scripture into Old Nubian, a language written in a modified Coptic script. They built churches oriented eastward, with apses and narthexes, and their murals, many of which survive in fragments, show saints with Nubian features, angels in procession, and bishops clad in vestments drawn from both Byzantine and African robes. By the 7th century, Makuria had become the strongest of the 3 kingdoms. Its capital at Dongola, nestled along a bend of the Nile, featured domed churches, palatial residences, and a walled citadel. Excavations in the 20th century unearthed the remains of the Great Cathedral, its walls covered with murals of the Last Judgment, the Virgin Mary, and court ceremonies rendered in sacred form. Makuria also housed scriptoria where biblical texts were copied by hand, preserving not only the Gospels but commentaries, hymns, and chronicles. Islam arrived in Egypt in the mid-7th century. The Arab conquest brought rapid change to the north, but Nubia resisted. In 652, the rulers of Makuria and the Arab governor of Egypt signed the Pact, a treaty that would become one of the most enduring in medieval history. It guaranteed peace and mutual exchange. Nubia would send slaves to Egypt each year, and in return, Egypt would send wheat and textiles. More importantly, the treaty recognized Nubia's independence and the right of its people to remain Christian. For centuries, this arrangement held. Arab travelers noted the skill of Nubian archers, who could blind a man at 100 paces. They remarked on the opulence of Makurian courts and the literacy of its clergy. Churches flourished. Pilgrimage routes connected Nubia to Jerusalem and Ethiopia. The kings of Makuria maintained correspondence with the patriarchs of Alexandria, and at times intervened in Egyptian affairs. In the 11th century, when political strife in Egypt threatened the Coptic Church, the Nubian king marched north to defend the Patriarchate, a rare instance of a sub-Saharan Christian power projecting force into the heart of the Muslim world. Alodia, further south, remained more isolated, but no less devout. Its capital, Soba, located near modern-day Khartoum, held its own cathedrals and schools. It was a land of black basalt, red earth, and slow river currents. Missionaries moved between villages by boat, and inscriptions along the Nile testify to a localized Christianity rich in ritual and symbol. Yet Nubia's endurance was not infinite. From the 12th century onward, pressures mounted. Egypt, now under the rule of the Fatimids and later the Ayyubids, grew more aggressive. Trade routes shifted, the Pact frayed. Periods of internal unrest weakened the Nubian states. Invasions from nomadic tribes, some fleeing drought, others seeking conquest, cut into the kingdom's margins. Islam began to spread slowly, not by decree, but by migration, marriage, and market. Arab settlers established footholds along the river. Mosques appeared beside churches. Languages blended. So did customs. Mercuria held out longer than many expected. In the 14th century, diplomatic records still refer to Christian kings ruling from Dongola, but the silence grows deeper after that. By the 15th century, the capital was abandoned. Churches fell into disrepair. The nobility either converted or dispersed. Alodia lingered into the late 1400s, but it too faded from written memory. And yet, the Christian centuries of Nubia left a mark. In the dry climate of the Sudanese desert, fragments endure. At Faras, Polish archaeologists in the 1960s uncovered an entire cathedral buried in silt, its murals miraculously preserved. Scenes of the Annunciation, of saints blessing kings, of angels moving across red backgrounds survive with startling colour. Old Nubian inscriptions continue to be deciphered. Pottery, crosses, liturgical items tell of a world where Christianity and African identity coexisted for generations. Nubia's Christian legacy is often forgotten in wider histories of the region. It does not fit neatly into the narratives of Islamic expansion, nor into those of European missionary enterprise. It was indigenous, sovereign, and complex. It lasted longer than the Crusader kingdoms, longer than the Carolingian Empire, longer than Byzantium itself in its later phase. And when it ended, it did so not in a moment of conquest, but in the slow erosion of time, drought, and migration. In the modern borderlands between Egypt and Sudan, the ruins still stand, half buried in sand, sometimes repurposed as dwellings, sometimes watched only by goats and wind. The Nile still flows past them, and in the manuscripts and murals, in the bones of cathedrals and the memory of liturgy sung in a language now extinct, the Kingdom of Nubia remains. In the interior highlands of southern Africa, where the Mopani scrub fades into open savanna and granite outcrops rise like frozen waves from the rust-coloured soil, there stands a ruin unlike any other on the continent. Its walls, thick and curved like the spine of some sleeping beast, are built of carefully hewn stone, each block laid without mortar, fitted with such precision that they have endured centuries of wind, rain, and conquest. These are the remains of Great Zimbabwe, a city whose grandeur once anchored an empire, whose silences are no less vast than the stone enclosures it left behind. Long before Portuguese caravels traced the coastlines of the Indian Ocean, long before colonists and surveyors set pen to map, the plateau now straddling modern-day Zimbabwe bore witness to a civilization that flourished in its own time and terms. From the 11th to the 15th century, Great Zimbabwe was a seat of power, religion, and trade. It was the centre of a polity whose rulers commanded caravans of ivory and gold, whose emissaries exchanged gifts with Swahili merchants on the coast, and whose reputation echoed as far as Arabia and India. But for all its historical weight, Great Zimbabwe arrived in the Western imagination not as a marvel, but as a problem. When European explorers first encountered the ruins in the late 19th century, they could not or would not believe that Africans had built them. The dry stone architecture, so unlike anything known to classical European or Islamic styles, was assumed to be the work of Phoenicians, Arabs, or even biblical Israelites. The idea that black Africans had constructed such monuments was dismissed as fantasy. Racist theories wrapped themselves in academic garb, and so the ruins stood, magnificent and misattributed, a battleground not just of stones, but of history itself. The truth, as confirmed by archaeology in the decades that followed, tells a different story. The first settlers of the region, ancestral Shona-speaking peoples, arrived in the early centuries of the first millennium. They brought with them knowledge of iron smelting, cattle herding, and millet agriculture. By the 9th century, they had begun to coalesce into hierarchical societies. By the 11th, these societies had birthed something new, a stone-built capital of extraordinary scale and ambition. Great Zimbabwe is not a single ruin, but a complex of enclosures, towers, and outlying settlements. The most iconic is the Great Enclosure, a massive elliptical wall some 250 meters in circumference, rising at points to over 10 meters high. Within its bounds stands the enigmatic conical tower, a solid cylinder of stone whose function remains uncertain. Some have speculated it was a granary, others a symbol of royal authority or fertility. Whatever its purpose, it commands the space like a sentry. To the north, on a rocky hill, lies the hill complex, the oldest part of the site, where the earliest rulers likely resided. Its narrow passageways and terraces overlook the surrounding valley. It was here that sacred rituals were likely performed, and where the spiritual legitimacy of kingship was forged. Beyond these central precincts stretched a city of stone houses and mud-brick dwellings, inhabited by nobles, artisans, and servants. The population at its peak may have reached 18,000. That number may seem modest, but in the context of its time and place, it rivaled any urban centre in southern Africa. Trade was the city's lifeblood. From the mines of the interior came gold panned from rivers or dug from narrow shafts. From the herds came ivory. These were carried eastward over hundreds of kilometres to the coastal entrepôts of Kilwa, Sofala, and Mombasa, where they were exchanged for glass beads, Chinese porcelain, and Persian cloth. Archaeological digs at Great Zimbabwe have unearthed shards of Ming ceramics and Arab coins, proof of the city's integration into the vast Indian Ocean trading world. The ruling elite of Great Zimbabwe were not merely economic managers, they were sacred kings, the stewards of land, rain, and law. Oral traditions passed down through generations of Shona elders speak of rulers who mediated between ancestors and the living, who kept the spirits at peace through ritual and sacrifice. Power was not only practical, it was cosmological. The city's decline in the 15th century remains a subject of debate. Some scholars point to environmental degradation, overgrazing, deforestation, and soil exhaustion that rendered the surrounding land incapable of sustaining its population. Others cite political fragmentation, the rise of rival centres like Kami and Matapa, drawing trade and power away. Still others suggest a combination of climate change and economic shifts in the Indian Ocean world. Whatever the cause, by the time the Portuguese reached the coast in the early 1500s, Great Zimbabwe had been abandoned, but it had not been forgotten. The name Zimbabwe itself is derived from the Shona Dzimba-Dzamabwe, houses of stone. For centuries, the site remained part of local memory and myth. Spirit mediums continued to venerate its ruins, rainmakers visited its sacred spaces, and when European explorers arrived, they did so not to discover, but to claim. In the late 19th century, during the height of imperial expansion, the site became entangled with the ambitions of Cecil Rhodes and the British South Africa Company. The archaeologist J. Theodore Bent, dispatched by the British Association for the Advancement of Science in 1891, concluded that the ruins were of Semitic or Arab origin, citing their grandeur as incompatible with African craftsmanship. This view, though thoroughly discredited today, laid the foundation for decades of distortion. The colonial state had no interest in affirming African achievement. To do so would undermine the very premise of European dominance. It was not until the mid-20th century that serious archaeological work, led by figures like Gertrude Caton Thompson and later Peter Garlake, dismantled the colonial myths. Their excavations prove that Great Zimbabwe was the product of a native African civilization built between the 11th and 15th centuries, with no evidence of foreign builders. The stonework matched local traditions, the artifacts confirmed local production, the patterns of settlement, trade, and ritual were entirely consistent with Shona culture. But even as the scholarly consensus shifted, political forces remained at play. In the 1960s and 70s, as the white minority regime in Rhodesia fought to retain power, it sought to suppress the African origins of the site. Schoolbooks omitted it. Museums minimized it. The ruin stood as a silent reproach to a system built on erasure. Only with independence in 1980 did the truth begin to be reclaimed. The new nation took its name from the ruins, Zimbabwe. The bird motifs carved in soapstone and found at the site became national symbols. The past, once denied, became foundation. Yet, mysteries remain. We still do not know exactly how the dry stone architecture was developed, or how such precision was achieved without mortar. The conical tower's meaning is still debated. The full extent of Great Zimbabwe's political control, its diplomatic relations, its cultural institutions, much is still veiled. The site yields its secrets slowly, through fragments. What we do know is this: Great Zimbabwe was not an anomaly. It was part of a continuum of African statecraft, one node among many in a continent of kingdoms, cities and cultures that rose and fell in their own rhythms. It was not a lost city. It was never lost to those who lived near it. It was stolen by ignorance, obscured by prejudice, and now slowly returned to the world. To stand before its walls today is to feel both awe and admonition. The stones are warm beneath the sun, but they speak of a history chilled by silence. They rise without mortar, without inscription, without monument to individual kings, but they endure. They speak of a people who built with patience, ruled with ceremony, and traded with the wide world. Great Zimbabwe is not a riddle to be solved. It is a testament to be remembered, a monument not only to what was built, but to what was denied, and what has now, at last, begun to be reclaimed. The air off the Bay of Biscay in October 1307 was sharp with salt and the scent of wet wood, the kind of morning that blurred the line between sea mist and smoke. Along the wharves of La Rochelle, ropes creaked against bollards and sails whispered in the still dark wind. Moorings groaned. Somewhere out beyond the reach of the lanterns, the sea stirred with the promise of departure. Yet no one spoke above a whisper. Not in the port taverns, not in the churches, and not among the men in white mantles who moved swiftly between the stone commandery and the harbour, loading sealed chests into the bellies of ships with no banners raised. La Rochelle had long been the Templars' gateway to the world. Founded in the 12th century, the Order of the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon had grown from a handful of pious knights into one of the most powerful institutions in medieval Europe. Its holdings spanned from the Holy Land to London, from Portugal to the Rhineland. It owned vineyards, estates, castles and commanderies. It lent money to kings, underwrote crusades, and developed an administrative precision that rivaled any court of law. But above all, it moved, and it was by sea that the Templars exercised their quiet dominion. Merchant ships under military discipline, laden with goods and gold, bound for Cyprus, Acre, or England's rocky coast. So when, on the morning of Friday, October 13th, 1307, King Philip IV of France ordered the arrest of every Templar within his realm, it was not what happened in Paris that would haunt the centuries. It was what did not happen in La Rochelle, because by the time the king's agents arrived at the port, the fleet was gone. No one knows how many ships vanished. Chroniclers mention dozens, others say 18. Some records speak of ships seen sailing west at dawn, others make no mention of departure at all, only of absence. What is certain is that by the time the royal officials reached the quayside, the docks were empty. The ships had slipped their moorings in the night, and with them disappeared not only Templar mariners, but perhaps the accumulated wealth of the order. Gold, scrolls, sacred relics, secrets. The arrests in Paris were swift and brutal. Grandmaster Jacques de Molay and scores of brothers were dragged from their beds and cast into dungeons. Charges ranged from heresy to idolatry to sodomy. Fabrications most likely meant to justify what was in essence a coordinated seizure of power and property. Pope Clement V, the French puppet, soon acquiesced. Across Europe, the Templars were hunted, interrogated, and, in many cases, burned. Their lands were confiscated, their archives were sealed, their leaders tortured into confession. But the sea kept its silence. What happened to the fleet from La Rochelle remains one of the great unsolved mysteries of the medieval world. Did they sail to Portugal, where the crown was more sympathetic to the order? Did they flee north to Scotland, beyond the reach of Rome, where Robert the Bruce had recently been excommunicated and might welcome hardened knights with military expertise? Or did they sail farther still across the Atlantic to Iceland, Greenland, even the coasts of Vinland, the half-remembered Norse colony in the New World? Or was there no escape at all? Only paperwork errors, wishful thinking, or legends crafted in the void left behind. The evidence is elusive, fragmentary, and often circular. Portuguese sources note that King Denny refused to prosecute the Templars and instead rebranded them as the Order of Christ, preserving their assets and structure under a new name. In 1319, Pope John XIII sanctioned the order. Some historians see this as proof of a Templar survival, not in name, but in function. It was this same Order of Christ based in Tomar that would later sponsor Prince Henry, the navigator, and the Portuguese voyages of discovery. In Scotland, legends multiply. The Battle of Bannockburn in 1314, where Robert the Bruce defeated the English, was said to have turned when mysterious knights appeared on the field, clad in white mantles, driving fear into Edward II's men. No chronicler from the time mentions Templars, but the story took root in later centuries, reinforced by the Scottish rite of Freemasonry, which claimed the Templars as spiritual ancestors. Rosslyn Chapel, built in the 15th century by the Sinclair family, became a focus for these theories. Its intricate carvings interpreted as codes, its architecture said to reflect hidden knowledge passed down from the temple. And then there are the more audacious claims of Templar ships reaching the Americas long before Columbus, of carved stones in Nova Scotia bearing their symbols, of a grail or a treasure buried in the oak-draped lands of what would become New England. These tales surge and recede, fed by documentary gaps, romantic nationalism, and the modern hunger for mystery. What is true is that the Templars had the means. They had ships, money, navigation skills, and a network of loyalists across Europe and the Mediterranean. Their rule was strict, but their records were precise. If any order could orchestrate a maritime escape in the face of political annihilation, it was the Templars. And if they did not escape, then why has no record of the fleet's seizure or destruction been found? Contemporaneous documents are conspicuously silent. The royal inventories list commanderies, horses, armour, but not ships. Port logs are missing or never existed. The papal bull that dissolved the order mentions lands, debts, persons and relics, but does not describe any naval engagement or seizure of vessels. For an order whose logistical footprint rivaled that of states, the absence is suspicious. Perhaps the most compelling evidence of a deliberate flight lies not in archives, but in behaviour. The Templars were known for their discipline. They required notice for relocation, secured papal licenses for movement, and tracked assets with clerical exactitude. The sudden disappearance of their entire maritime force from a major port is not the kind of thing that would happen by accident. Nor is it likely that a king as meticulous as Philip IV would overlook such an asset. Yet, he does not mention it. Some theorists propose a warning system. Word of the impending arrests, they argue, must have reached the Templars before the dawn raids. La Rochelle, situated hundreds of kilometres from Paris, would have had days to prepare. And in that time, the ships could have been stocked, crews assembled, orders given. The departure could have been disguised as a routine resupply mission or trading voyage, slipped out under cover of fog. Once at sea, they could scatter, rendezvous at prearranged coordinates, and vanish into maritime silence. But what of the treasure? Here, the story deepens. The notion that the Templars possessed immense gold reserves, relics, or even the Holy Grail itself has long animated the popular imagination. During their time in the Holy Land, the Templars occupied the site of the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, a place already steeped in esoteric significance. Pilgrims and chroniclers alike associated them with guardianship of sacred objects, from the Ark of the Covenant to the Lance of Longinus. No concrete inventory survives, but the reputation persists. Some believe that part of the Templars' wealth lay not in coin but in knowledge, legal documents, lineages, theological texts, heretical teachings, even lost gospels. If so, the flight from La Rochelle may have preserved not only material treasure, but ideological powder kegs that threatened both throne and altar. Their escape, then, was not just a logistical maneuver, but a preservation of a deeper, more dangerous legacy. Centuries later, the Freemasons would claim descent from the Templars, not lineal, but spiritual. They adopted the symbols, the two riders on one horse, the temple, the red cross. They echoed the rituals, and they inherited the suspicion. In revolutionary France, during the rise of nationalist movements in Germany and Italy, in colonial lodges from Boston to Bombay, the Masonic ideal of enlightened brotherhood was linked, accurately or not, to the secret survival of the Templar flame. The Catholic Church, meanwhile, remained largely silent. In 2007, on the 700th anniversary of the arrests, the Vatican released the Shin on Parchment, a document long hidden in its archives, which showed that Pope Clement V had absolved the Templar leadership of heresy before their trial. The confessions it implied had been coerced, the charges baseless. But the absolution came too late. De Molay had been burned in 1314. The order was dissolved. The fleet, whatever its fate, had long since vanished. And still the speculation grows. In Nova Scotia, treasure hunters dig at Oak Island, tracing cryptic markings and stone crosses. In Portugal, tourists walk the battlements of Tomar, where the Order of Christ still guards its secrets. In Scotland, Rosslyn Chapel draws pilgrims of a different sort, those who believe that beneath its carved arches lies a thread connecting Jerusalem, La Rochelle, and whatever lies beyond the Atlantic. Perhaps the fleet perished in storms, its ships dashed on rocks and remembered only in myth. Perhaps it reached safe harbour and quietly dissolved into merchant houses and hidden orders. Or perhaps, as some believe, it waits still, in archive, in bloodline, in whispered oaths, a legacy of a medieval conspiracy that has never quite left the stage. What is certain is this: the Templars vanished too cleanly, the fleet disappeared too completely, and history, when confronted with such a silence, does what it always does. It listens, it wonders, and then it tells stories. Stories of a fleet that sailed before the dawn, bound for a world that did not yet have a name.